Now, let me update you on a case that so many of you have been phoning the programme about. On the 29th of June, the JVS show was contacted by Tom. 5 days earlier, Tom had employed the services of a removals company to relocate him and his family from Hertfordshire down to Devon. He'd found the business on a comparison website and they'd quoted him just under £4,000 to complete the job.
We had a full packing service that came on the 23rd to pack us all up and move us all out. On the 24th, they arrived, and it became apparent during the day that they'd underestimated the volume, even though they'd sent a surveyor around to see the whole house and take photographs of everything. And the first we knew was at 6:30 that evening, we got a call from the company who said that they were taking all our stuff and putting it into their storage facility, and it wasn't actually coming down to Devon. We've ended up moving down here because we had nowhere else to go, and we spent 5 days sleeping on the floor because we have absolutely nothing. We only had the clothes we were standing in at the time. The last email we had from them was on last Friday in about 3:30 in the afternoon, saying that they would get some essentials down to us within 48 hours. That's obviously passed on Sunday, and we still haven't heard from them.
So what was going on? Well, the company had sent a surveyor to Tom's Hertfordshire home to assess the size of the removal. And he wasn't just moving himself, he was moving with his wife and his 2 daughters, so there were quite a lot of possessions that needed to travel down the A303. Well, based on the information from the surveyor's visit, the exact written quote that Tom received was £3,990, which included a packing service which was carried out, as Tom mentioned, the day before. So he was extremely surprised and indeed very alarmed to receive a call at 6:30 in the evening on the day of the move to say his goods wouldn't be with him that day. He was eventually told by the company that the volume of possessions that were being relocated had been underestimated. After numerous phone calls to them the following day, he received an email from the company which informed Tom that his quotation, in their words, would have to be re-evaluated to give you a realistic projection of costs. Well, that realistic projection amounted to £11,985. That's 3 times the original quote. And while this re-evaluation was happening, the removals company had Tom's belongings at an unknown storage site somewhere in London. Well, the situation had quickly become very stressful for Tom and his family, which is why he contacted me to try and find out what was happening. I got in touch with the removals company, and after a number of email conversations with the owner, he agreed to come on the programme. Now, his name is Alex, and he explained why he'd tripled Tom's bill.
Going forward now to move day, Mr. Bedwell didn't require 3.5-tonne Luton vans. Mr. Bedwell now included items that he previously said he wasn't taking, including things, for instance, like offcuts of wood.
Alex, I don't know when to cut in here.
You want to come in now, Tom? Go on.
Well, I'm not sure that there are not items that we said we would be, we would leave behind. But we have left them behind. It was a corner sofa, and we left that in the garage. So don't start saying things like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I can just finish the timeline from what we have and the evidence that we have on file, and then perhaps you can interject in the places that you disagree. But this is the thing. So going forward from this, instead of 3 Luton vans, Mr. Bedwell actually needed 9 Luton vans. And if you can imagine 9 vans parked up outside the road to the point where neighbours are coming outside of the property and saying, wow, is this how much you're taking? Is this how much you have? There is obviously a huge discrepancy between 3 vans and between 9 vans.
So can I just ask, when your surveyor went out to Tom's property, how much experience has your surveyor got at surveying the amount of possessions that a customer is wanting to transport?
That's a very good point. Years of experience, but not only that.
So how on earth can a surveyor have made the mistake of coming back to you and telling you this customer will require three vehicles when in fact you're telling me he needed 9?
Well, Jonathan, this is the thing. This is not all down to one surveyor. That one surveyor's observation is checked and double checked by other members of staff. Furthermore, that apart from the additional checks and quality assurance that go on, a dialogue is then had with the customer about the surveyor's notes to double check that these requirements are correct, to double check about the quantities that someone is taking. And what I'm saying is all of these steps were done, and it's by Mr. Bedwell's own telephone recordings, which we provided to you, Jonathan.
Yes, and I've listened to them all, and I'm afraid, as I have expressed to you previously, the telephone recordings, as far as I am concerned, do not support the case that you are making, that you were transparent with your customer and told your customer exactly how much he was going to have to pay. It is my understanding, having listened to the telephone recordings, having looked at the quote that I have in front of me here, that Tom was due to pay you £3,990, not £11,970, which is what you're now telling him he needs to pay in order for you to give him his stuff back. Well, the conversation with Tom and Alex went on for some time, and it was clear there was no agreement on the revised price.
It's wholly unreasonable for Mr. Bedwell to know that his requirements are substantially in excess of what he's been quoted for, but still want to somehow pay for the initial price, which he misled us into.
Where in East London...
How were you misled, Alex? How was that? Did that happen? How did that happen? Every single item that we were transporting was visible to your surveyor when he came round. He not only came round, he took photographs of everything as well. How could you get it so utterly wrong?
Well, Mr. Bedwell,
how have you done that, Alex? In all your years of professional experience, how have you done that?
Mr. Bedwell, listen to your own recordings.
How you can do that?
To your own recordings that you're asking us for. Your own recordings. You're asking us how this has happened.
I made a mistake by saying 3.5 tonne rather than 7.5 tonne. Now, I am a layman. I have no idea what size vehicles are and volumes of vehicles. I don't know that. You are the professional in this space.
And we're not expecting you to. But when you are comparing our quotes with other companies' quotes, when you are comparing the vehicles that we're attributing,
we weren't. We were looking at quotes across the piece.
Why?
And the one company quoted.
Look. I mean, look. As far as I'm concerned, and I know, Alex, you don't agree with this. As far as I'm concerned, this is very simple. I've got a written quote from you demonstrating that you were prepared to move Tom and his family down to Devon for £3,990. I cannot see at any point a revised quote. I cannot see.
Jonathan. There was no revised quote. But, Jonathan, when you see that quote, any quotation, any fixed quotation, has parameters. You cannot fix a quote to infinity. You cannot fix a quote to arbitrary points.
Yes, but you'd been out to his property. A surveyor from your company had been out to his property. You had seen how much stuff he had. You saw how much stuff was going to be transported.
In the world of business, that is too arbitrary. That's why we fix our quotations against vehicles and against ours.
I'm sorry, Alex, but yesterday on my programme I heard from a lady who called in. She works for a different removals company. Her job is to go to people's properties and survey. She makes a note of absolutely everything that is in that property. She then determines how big the vehicle needs to be in order to transport that stuff. And if a mistake is made and if the vehicle's not big enough, it's her mistake, it's the company's mistake, and they pay for it. They do not expect the customer to pay for it.
Absolutely, Jonathan.
Okay, let me come back to my question that you didn't answer. Let me come back to my question that you didn't answer. Let me come back to my question that you didn't answer.
Let me just comment on the point you just made, Jonathan. Because if you ask the same lady, if she goes round to someone's house and there's a piano and someone says they're not taking it, but then suddenly on the day that they are taking it...
Yes, but you're expecting us all to believe... But you're expecting us all to believe that Tom had said to your surveyor, I'm leaving 2/3 of everything you can see here in this house. Well, we have requested that the company provide us with written evidence to prove that Tom had indeed told the surveyor that 2/3 of his possessions would remain at the property. We haven't been provided with that information. Well, as with all consumer cases that come into my programme, there was a lot of work going on behind the scenes. we have to be in a position to verify both sides of a story, which is why audio recordings and paperwork, if it's available, are so crucial in the cases we look into. And as part of doing that, with every case, I also look for further information as well, to establish whether a case may be a one-off, or other people may have had a similar experience with a product or organisation. Now, in Tom's case, online reviews of the company show a very mixed experience. And it's unclear as to what to believe, especially as the page dedicated to this company comes with a warning that the review page has detected misuse. And all this time, Tom and his family were living in Devon with none of their possessions. As we heard Alex from the removals company say earlier, he maintains that on the removals day, Tom wanted to take more items than had been earlier agreed, which is why they needed 9 Luton vans, not 3, hence the tripling of the bill. Tom has consistently denied this, and by the 19th of July, almost 4 weeks after the removals day, Tom and his family still didn't have any of their belongings. By this point, the removals company were no longer responding to my requests for information. But they did send Tom a revised contract which he would need to sign before he could pick his possessions up. They also had to they'd also agreed to let him view his items at the storage depot the day before. Well, Tom spoke to me ahead of the move, as once he'd signed the contract to release his items, he'd be unable to speak on this programme. He brought me up to speed with what had happened when he went to the lockup.
We found five lockups there, 5 or 6. I can't remember now. Anyway, 5 or 6 lockups that we had, and it was indeed full of our stuff. They were quite deep, so we couldn't really go through much. But as far as we can see, it is in those lockups.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we're on our way this morning. We stayed in a hotel up here overnight.
Yes, I should just point out, for legal reasons, it is currently 7:23, and at this particular moment, you have not entered into any formal agreement with this removals company, but you are intending to go and collect your stuff. Am I right in thinking at 8 o'clock?
That's right, indeed.
And from that point, and this is with an independent removals company, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, and they're all ready and set up, and they're raring to go.
They are. They came yesterday as well to the lockup, so they're fully aware of what they're doing, where it is, and with any luck, we'll be able to load up.
Well, let's just hope so. From 8 o'clock this morning, you and I won't be able to speak again, but as I said yesterday on the programme, I wish you and your family well. And I just hope everything goes smoothly this morning and you can draw a line under this and move on now. It's been a horrible experience, but hopefully you're now at the end.
Yeah, again, fantastic help you've given us, and thanks so much.
It's a pleasure. Tom, good luck for the future.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, I can now tell you that Tom has now moved and he has his belongings, but that's all I can say about his case. What I can tell you is that the removals firm is now being investigated by the National Fraud Investigation Bureau, and the case has also been passed onto the Metropolitan Police Force and Trading Standards. However, I should point out that these matters are at an early stage, and we'll have to wait and see what, if anything, happens as a result. Now, Tom's situation is not something that we would like to see other listeners go through, understandably. And listeners who've heard Tom's case, who are in the process of moving, will no doubt be very concerned with what's happened. So let's talk to John Sargent, who's from a removals trade body called Move Assured. Now, John has already been on the programme in relation to this case. John helped Tom find an alternative removals company to move his possessions from the storage site to his new home. John, good morning.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Thank you for coming back on the programme. So many people, understandably, have followed this story and are now terrified about the prospect of trying to find a removals company. What advice can you give to people who are in the early stages of the process? How can you find a good company?
The first thing is obviously look at reviews, but you do need a slight knowledge of reviews to check whether they are fake, made up, etc. Your other thing that you should definitely do is look to see if they belong to one of the trade organisations. There are a number of reputable removal trade organisations, obviously of which Move Assured is one, where to be a member, they have to be accredited, they have to go through certain checks, they have to go through ongoing checks. Their reviews are not able to be kind of just produced by Google. They normally come through the trade organisation, they can be verified. It's a matter of doing your due diligence on them and looking at their full background. Even going onto a Facebook page, looking at what they've got on there, checking that they've got true representation of their vehicles and their staff on their website. In other words, are they really what they say they are?
Am I right in saying that the removals industry is one of the few industries in the UK that's completely unregulated?
Absolutely, and this is a big fear for the general public. Unfortunately, anyone can buy a vehicle, say I'm a remover, and tell the truth or tell lies, and there is nothing to stop that happening, which is why accreditation is even more important if you have any doubts about the removal company that you're looking at.
But is it the case that very often accredited removals companies with fantastic reviews will be much more expensive than, for example, some company you just stumble across doing a Google search?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we hear all the time of people saying, oh, I've got a 3-bed house and someone's moving me for £400. You know, with 3 porters at £150 a day, plus vehicles, back office, very high insurance. We pay a lot for goods in transit insurance for the customer's goods and public employee liability for the customer's properties and the removal staff, that it's a very true adage. You get what you pay for.
So now, if it looks too good to be to be true, it probably is.
Yes, and I do understand that many customers have to be, this is no disrespect to them, driven by price. But I take it that if you've only got £1,000 to spend on a car, you wouldn't look into a Mercedes showroom. You're going to get what you pay for, and good removal company are not cheap, but as Tom has found out, and I'm not saying he went just by price, but price doesn't always mean a stress-free move if it's a low price.
Now, of course, what is particularly concerning about the story that Tom told on this programme, and what I know a lot of people are very frightened about now, is this idea that you agree a price, you get the quotation, and then on the day, the company suddenly, with their vehicles, they vanish, and that's the last you see of your belongings, because the company is then in a very strong position to be able to increase the price, and you will be feeling pretty helpless in terms of trying to get your stuff back. How can you prevent against that happening on the day? I mean, is it a case of a full itinerary of all of your possessions should be listed, so there's no way the company at any stage can argue that they were asked to do more than they'd originally been told to do?
The usual thing is not necessarily a full inventory, because on a standard house move, that's quite an added expense, although many companies do. What would normally happen is the surveyor would, as happened in the previous instance, arrive at the property, list everything. That will go back to the company office. They will work out the cube, and they will then say, this is the price for your house move as seen by the surveyor. Now, if a customer says, right, we're not going to take, as you've said, the piano, the three-piece suite, whatsoever, then rather than list everything that isn't going, the quote should come back saying this is for your house move, and we understand we are not taking the following items.
Right. So anything being excluded from the move should be listed?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And so that is exactly what the company should be doing and what a customer should demand from the company before removals day?
Yes, because the customer is a layman in removal terms. So a professional company, once they've sent the surveyor around to say, we will move your house, the customer will obviously assume your house is the whole of the contents that the surveyor has been able to see.
John, thank you very much indeed for your advice today. Thank you very much indeed for your advice previously as well. That was invaluable. And all the very best to you. Hopefully, one thing will come from this terrible situation that Tom and his family found themselves in. Let's hope no one else finds themselves in a similar situation and will spot the warning signs well before it happens.
Absolutely. And we are on the Move Assured website. My phone number is there. And if any members of the public wish to talk to me off air for advice of any sort, I am always available.
Fantastic. Thank you, John. John Sargent is from the removals trade body Move Assured. Now, Sam came to me. Sam was telling me her mum is 87 and is in quite poor health. She's lived in her property for 50 years. The property is privately owned. Her garden, which is quite large, has become pretty overgrown. And the council has been in touch with her to tell her to clear it up.
The local council threatened her with an ASBO if she doesn't clear the undergrowth on her property by the 3rd of June. Despite me explaining several times that she's visually impaired and she can't read the letters they're sending her, they're ignoring her disabilities, and they've even taped these letters to the front door, referring to her house as the premises. So I've pointed out to them it's not a kebab shop, it is an elderly lady's home. Their current objection is that the undergrowth on her land can harbour pests such as rats, and we've had several pest treatments and we've been given no evidence to kind of back up that that's the case. To make things worse, because the back garden in particular looks unloved, neighbours have fly-tipped from renovations and things, so the council are unhappy about that and want her to remove that waste. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to work with us on a plan that's achievable rather than say we're going to give you an ASBO?
Well, Sam says the local authorities seem to be ignoring her mum's welfare in the way they've been dealing with this. She says it's unreasonable with the time scale they've put to her, although she does accept that neighbours have indeed been complaining about the garden for, well, about 10 years or so. I went off to have a word with the local authority to find out what they had to say, and Sam's back on the JVS now. Hello, Sam.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, let me just recap the response from the local authority. It's Welwyn Hatfield Council. And they came back to say, we have received many complaints from neighbours dating back to 2016, largely concerning rats from a large accumulation of waste in Sam's mum's garden. Since then, we've made every attempt possible to engage with Sam's mum and her family to tackle the build-up, including help with clearance, rat baiting, and assistance to resolve any underlying issues. We are concerned for Sam's mum's welfare, but sadly our every offer of support was turned down. With all options exhausted and with unresolved concerns for the health and safety of Sam's mum and those living nearby, we wrote to explain that enforcement action was a necessary last resort. We sent this letter in December 2019. But despite follow-ups by officers and allowances made for the pandemic, we've seen no signs of improvement. The council has a duty to tackle rat infestations, and Sam's mum has had 14 months to carry out necessary works. The second letter gives Sam's mum additional time for this work to be carried out before the council will have no choice but to serve notice. Our door, as always, remains open should Sam's mum and family have any questions or need to discuss the situation further. Well, you completely disagreed with a lot of that, didn't you? You said that the offers of help you did not agree had been forthcoming. However, in an effort to try and resolve the matter, you've been working with the council. Is that the case?
Yeah. We've been working together to try and get the gardens and drive clear. We're kind of about 90% of the way there at the moment. But we've hit a slight problem because we've got a wasp infestation. But yeah, we're in a lot better position than when we last spoke.
Okay, well, hang on a second, because I know that you have been doing a lot of work on the garden, and you've had some assistance as well, thanks to one of my listeners who called in and suggested that there may be some extra help you'd be able to get for your mum. But now you've got a wasp's nest in the garden. We have. We did get some help. I'm really grateful for the people that came forward through the show, so I want to say thank you. So they did 2.5 days work, and the family have done some work. But yeah, we've cleared the long drive trees and cut it back, which was a major project, and kind of got part way into the garden. But the very last bit of the garden that needs doing, someone got quite badly stung. So we've had to wait a couple of weeks for the council's contractors to try and deal with that. So that needs to be resolved. But yeah, we're closer to the end. Why would you need council contractors to deal with it? Oh, they're just the people we've used before for things in the garden, so they're a contractor we know, but they've been extremely busy with this time of year, so they've been out and had a look, and they need to come back again. Right. Okay. Fine. But how is that working in terms of the deadline? Because surely the deadline for having all the work done has come and gone. Yeah, that we found the wasp's nest the weekend before the deadline, so it has hampered the work a bit, but I've made the council aware that's the case. I haven't heard back about their intentions, and we're looking at clearing the rest of it once the wasps have gone, and I haven't heard back about my complaint about the handling either. Right. But so when was the wasp's nest found? It would be 2 weeks ago. And no one from any pest controller has been able to come out and get rid of the wasps so that the work can be finished? They came last week. Yeah, they came last week, but there was a problem. They need to come back, so I need to go down there and meet them this week. Right. Oh, gosh, it's just one thing after another, isn't it, really? But we don't have any idea, then, whether the council are accepting of that or not? No. Well, I mean, the worry that I have is that, you know, the council have already pushed that deadline back on a couple of occasions. Yeah. You know, how much further are they going to continue pushing it back because something else will crop up? I have no idea, Jonathan. We were all ready to have it finished that weekend, had skips there and everything, and someone that was there got really badly stung, so we just had to stop and try and get hold of a pest controller. But like I said, it's the summer. I didn't realise it would take so long to get someone to come out. Maybe I should have looked elsewhere, but we use a particular contractor through the council. They offer concessions for elderly people and things like that as well. So they've been the ones we've been working with all along. Yeah. Oh, gosh. Well, I mean, I hope that this can be sorted as soon as possible because, I mean, there is going to come a point where Welwyn Hatfield Council are going to say enough is enough. Yeah. Because you know, looking at it from their perspective, I'm sure can see, Sam, you know, they say this has been going on for years anyway, and there's constantly problems that get in the way of the garden being sorted. It's almost as if, you know, there's always something that crops up that means the work can't be done. So, you know, I would imagine there will come a point where they will say, right, enough's enough. We're just going to proceed with, unless the garden has been cleared, with prosecution. But you say 95% of it has been done. Yeah, I was hoping they'd be pleased about the amazing amount of work that we've managed to do. It wasn't easy. There was lots of trees needed moving, a massive long driveway needed clearing. So it's been a substantial project. So they've been out to visit, I know that. But I haven't heard back about what their conclusion is. What I might do is just drop them a line and just ask them whether they're satisfied with the work that has been done so far and whether that's enough to stop them taking things to that next step in terms of prosecution, or whether they do indeed intend to pursue it. I mean, when the company to come and kill the wasps, to get rid of that wasp's nest, when are they due to come back again?
I'm waiting for a call from them today.
Right.
They haven't told me, but I'm going to go down there and meet them because they went early in the morning the other day at a time that they couldn't get hold of Mum because it takes a while. They kind of had an 8 o'clock slot and she wasn't up. So they've missed, they can't quite treat. They did get in, but they couldn't quite treat the wasp, so I've got to go back and meet them and make sure it's finished.
OK. I'll drop Welwyn Hatfield Council a quick email this afternoon and just ask them what their take on the matter is. And let's hope that the wasps can be gone and the rest of the garden work can be finished very soon. Karen's on the line. She has a consumer problem. Hello, Karen.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Karen. Tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
I was decorating my daughter's bedroom and we decided to purchase her a new corner wardrobe. And we found one on a major home store and I ordered it, waiting for it to arrive, and the delivery guy turned up. And when he arrived, he said, "I'm afraid part of your order is damaged on the lorry there, so I would advise you not to accept delivery, and then we'll return it back to the delivery depot, and then from there it will be returned to sender, and then you'll get your money back." So I said, "Okay, thank you very much for letting me know." And they did this. And in the meantime, I reordered another one because I thought, it's not going to happen again. But obviously with the second order, I was checking the tracking daily to see when it would come. And then a couple of days in after it had been dispatched, this second wardrobe was marked as being damaged at the depot. So I thought, oh, crikey, this is not good news. And also I noted that when I ordered the second wardrobe, there was only one left in stock.
Now, had you received your refund for the first one?
Yes, I had.
Right.
I had. I'd got the first refund. So I thought, well, I can see now the second one's been damaged. So stupidly, I thought, I'm going to order it again.
Oh.
Because I could see the second one was damaged. I thought, I'll get the last one because it was a particular size that would fit nicely in my daughter's room. So I ordered it. And again, for the third time, a couple of days in after it had been dispatched, again it was marked as damaged. So, cut a long story short, I've been ringing this company multiple times, sending them emails, and I've managed to get a second refund for actually it was the third wardrobe. But the second wardrobe, I have not heard anything. I haven't got a refund for that one at all. And it was £279.94. I've hung on.
How did you pay for it?
Credit card.
Okay. Have you spoken to your credit card company?
I have, and they said that I could initiate a dispute, but I have to give the company 30 days to resolve it themselves. Mm-hmm. But I've rung them multiple times, hanging on for an hour, and then the phone will go dead, emailed them, just no luck. So.
Right, OK. Well, I mean, you've been very sensible in paying by credit card.
Thank you.
That's the first thing. It's most unfortunate, but sometimes when you're dealing with a company that will not solve the problem, being able to go to your credit card company and say, look, you are also jointly liable with the retailer, so I want my money back. It can sometimes be the only way.
Yes.
Now, just so I'm clear, what happened to the third one?
The third one was again damaged, and I was actually refunded for the third one.
Fine, okay.
But the second one, no, we haven't been refunded for that one.
And what's your daughter ended up doing with the wardrobe then?
Well, we're thinking about a clothes rail for the time being until we get the money back.
Well, I think it's always advisable. I can see exactly why you did what you did. Because you were thinking to yourself, oh, there can't surely be a problem with another one.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and I'll order it because that way we're definitely going to get it. And then the company, they refunded me before, so I'm sure they'll refund me for this one. But of course, in the process, you've now ended up in a situation where the company probably think they've done everything they needed to do. And this second refund has slipped through the gaps. and for whatever reason, they are not realising that that is an amount of money they need to put back to you. And you've tried phoning them. Have you tried any other means of communication with them?
Yes, I've got a great big long email trail that I've been corresponding with them, with their customer service, and I've explained that, you know, this is the third refund and given them all the order number and whatnot, but, you know, I'm just not getting anywhere.
Okay. I have been advised as to the retailer that you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
I need to make you aware of the fact I do not have a very good track record with this company.
I did
So
wonder.
how many days has it been since that second order?
29th of June is when it was ordered.
Okay,
the order was placed.
so you're almost at the point. You can count the days, but you're almost at the point, if you're not at it at the moment, to be able to put in the claim through your credit card company.
Oh, yes, I am.
I would suggest that is probably the most likely way you're going to get your money back.
Okay, right.
I will try and get hold of this company and ask them for their response. I need to just make you aware, in all the years I've been dealing with consumer problems, I don't believe I have ever had a response from this company.
Really?
No. Every time I have dealt with a consumer complaint about this company, unfortunately, I have been left in a position where I end up having to identify them because they simply don't respond at all. Now, I will try, as I always do.
Thank you.
But as you know, just trying to get through to someone on the telephone can take forever.
Yes.
And very often, you know, in my experience, you hang on and you just don't get through to anyone. So
Right. Oh, it's not looking promising. Okay.
the good thing for you, Karen, well done. You were so sensible to pay by credit card.
Thank you.
There are so many consumers who, for whatever reason, do not pay by credit card for things that they order.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't pay by credit card, you really are putting yourself in a very vulnerable position. Let me just take a couple of minutes just to explain why. Because whenever I talk about credit cards, I always have loads of people who contact the programme and they say, you know, oh, you're so irresponsible, fancy telling people to get into debt. It's not about that at all. When you buy something on a credit card that costs over £100,
Yes.
you are covered by the Consumer Credit Act. Now, that's a piece of legislation, and the Consumer Credit Act states that the credit card company is jointly liable with the retailer for the successful supply of the product, the fulfilment of the contract.
Okay.
So in this case, the credit card company is also just as responsible for this lack of refund as the retailer in the eyes of the law.
Right.
And if you as a customer cannot get your money back from the retailer, the credit card company has to give you your money back.
Okay.
Okay? Which is why I'm less worried about your case than I have been with other cases, because I'm very confident that your credit card company will give you all that money back for that second wardrobe.
Oh, great. Thank you.
I don't advocate getting into debt. You don't need to get into debt. But what you can do is order something on a credit card, pay for it on a credit card, and then pay the bill off the very next day. And that way you've used the credit card rather like a debit card. You're not getting into any debt, but you've given yourself a huge amount of protection should things go wrong down the line.
I'm with you.
Always pay by credit card. Well done. Karen, you get the gold star today. What I'm going to do, I'll pass you back to my team. We will get some more detail.
Thank
and
you.
I'll try and contact that retailer, but don't hold your breath.
Okay, thanks very much, Jonathan. I appreciate it.
Davina's on the line. Hello, Davina.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Davina. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, thank you. During lockdown, my health deteriorated and my mobility became a bit more restricted. And as my husband and I socialise assistance dogs, we like to get out in the countryside and give them a good walk round the fields, country lanes and paths around the lakes and places like that. And obviously with an ordinary wheelchair you can't do anything like that. So we did a lot of investigation, and we tried out several motorised wheelchairs.
So were you already a wheelchair user by this point?
I did occasionally, before lockdown, I did occasionally use a manual wheelchair.
Okay.
But I needed something that had got enough torque to get over muddy ground, over lumps and bumps and little hillocks that you come across. So I needed, I'd seen this chair at a country fair a few years ago, and tracking it down was quite difficult because there aren't that many people in this country that deal with them. It's like an ordinary, well, I say ordinary, it's got to be a high quality aluminium frame wheelchair, which has a bracket under the seat and a separate piece, which is like the front wheel of a motorbike, but obviously a much smaller wheel, with the handlebars and controls like a motorbike, and it has an electric battery that slides down the front. So you look like a trike when you go out. It's enormous.
So it's a three-wheeler wheelchair, is it?
Yes, once you slide the front motorcycle type attachment, it has a bar, and you sit in the chair and then you slide it towards you. It fits in the bar under the chair. Switch it on and you're off.
Okay. I can't picture what it is because I haven't seen one. I saw a friend of mine was using an off-road mobility scooter. She'd had an operation and I bumped into her she was walking her dog and she was on this kind of, and it looked like a souped up mobility scooter. It was a fantastic thing. It got these great big kind of thick tyres and it was good for going cross country really. So I'm kind of imagining this wheelchair was a similar kind of thing to that. It's designed for off-road wheelchairing.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, obviously you can use it on pavements, etc.
Yeah.
But as you know yourself, Labradors, retrievers, etc., especially working dogs, need a lot of exercise.
Yes.
You know, you need to let them let off steam when they've been trained. So we wanted something to get me out. So we found this chair, one we liked. Guy came down. He actually brought an extra one for my husband to try out. So we had the three of us flying around the country paths locally, and it was really good. It's not about speed, it's about having the torque to get you across the surfaces.
And forgive me, I'm going to ask one or two questions. I mean, so this wheelchair, was it just for going out and taking the dog for a walk? Because couldn't you have had an off-road mobility scooter instead?
Their wheels are too small. They just don't tackle the terrain.
So this wheelchair was even more kind of durable for cross-country driving than an off-road mobility scooter? Yeah,
they actually make a model that people, you know, the BMX bike courses through woods, etc. The company actually make one much higher spec than mine and an awful lot more expensive that can do that.
Right. Okay. So how much did you agree to pay for this wheelchair?
With the wheelchair and the attachment, it was $7,500.
Oh, blimey.
Well, yeah, it was. It took me at least 3 months to agree to invest in it because I'm medically retired and my husband took early retirement to take care of me, and this is why we do the socialising.
Well, it's a huge amount of money. So what's gone wrong?
Well, to start off with, I ordered it last year at the beginning of September. Finally got it in December, but it turned up with ordinary wheels, which were no good for getting me out and about. They just slid everywhere. It was supposed to have the BMX type wheels on it. We paid the extra for those. Finally got those in February. We did find that at the beginning they were all over us. Very, very good customer service. But when I was trying to sort the wheels out, you never got a call back. It became quite hard. Well, about 3 weeks ago now, I went out for a walk with my son and his girlfriend and their dog and ours, and because I can't lift the chair, obviously, so I need somebody that is strong enough to get it in and out of the car. When I pulled there's like a cable. If you can imagine, you're looking at the back of the wheelchair, and you want the back of the wheelchair to lay flat on the seat so you can put it in the car. There's a small cable that you gently pull, and it collapses the back of the chair down to make it smaller. Mm-hmm. I pulled that. There was a loud twang and a clatter, and the end of the cable came off and a spindle shot out of the chair frame. So we looked at it and thought, because I've literally, since February to July, it's not long, is it? So on the Monday, I rang the company to ask to get it fixed, because it's obviously under warranty. Despite numerous promises to get back to me, they didn't. Rang on Tuesday, they said they were still trying to get hold of the engineers. I decided on the Tuesday that I would become a very nice, very polite pest, because I know they don't come back to you. And they kept saying to me, we will get back to you. And I kept saying, yes, but I will keep calling you. Nothing until on the Wednesday I said, look, I've had enough. I really, really need to get this sorted, because I told them on the Monday I was going on holiday the following week. And they just didn't take that into account at all. It got to the stage where they kept saying, no, all our engineers are out on the road delivering chairs. We can't speak to anybody. So I said, will you allow me to take it to a local mobility shop, get it fixed, and you pick up the bill? And they went, no, we'd like you to bring it to us. And I went, that's a 3.5-hour journey. I can't.
Why did you buy a wheelchair from a company 3.5 hours away?
Because we were told that they would take care of us.
Yeah, but wouldn't it rather like when you buy a car, if you're sensible, you buy a car from a local dealer, so if there are any problems, taking it back is going to be straightforward?
There's 2 companies that we found in the country that sell them.
Right.
This is the problem. If it was like going out and buying a Nissan Micra, you go to your nearest dealership. In effect, I have gone to the second nearest dealership to buy it.
But you see, the problem is that it would not be unreasonable for the company if the company were to turn around to you and say, well, it's not our fault you live 3.5 hours away and you bought it from us. You do need to get it back to us. It wouldn't be unreasonable for them to ask that you do indeed return the wheelchair.
I understand what you're saying, but we had been promised that they have engineers out delivering and they're out and about. So an engineer would come to you and mend it. Okay.
So where are we now with this?
Well, what happened was they told me they might pay for it. I took it in.
So have you had it repaired elsewhere?
I have.
Okay.
Yes.
And how much did it come to have it repaired?
The lady that owned the company that did it actually rang the MD of the other company and said, look, please, will you pay for this for the lady? Will you do it to get her back on, get her mobile? And he said, no, it's something to do with me. That part's always breaking. We don't cover it in the warranty. And he was told by her, you can't pick and choose what you cover. It's a new chair, pick up the bill.
So how much was it?
The lady did it for nothing for me, which is lovely for me, but this guy is under the impression that he doesn't have to do anything under consumer law to keep his clients mobile.
Okay. Well, I am more than happy to go and have a word with him because, of course, and it's wonderful that this company decided to repair it for you for free to help you out.
Very much so, and I'm so grateful.
But, of course, this product, I mean, it's a mechanical item. It is going to involve further maintenance in the future, and there may well be other problems with it. So I would imagine you've lost complete faith that the original retailer that you purchased the wheelchair from will ever sort anything for you in the future.
Exactly. And one of the things that we were never told before we bought it, and I must admit it never entered my mind, I have tried, and I've even gone to, is it Bieber, that oversee all the insurance companies? I've even been to them, and nobody will insure it because it does over 8 kilometres.
Okay. Well,
So
it sounds
I
like...
really need this guy to step up and give some customer service.
Okay, fine. Let me go and have a word. Let me ask what he has to say about the way that he's treated you after the problem that you've had. What I'll do, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some more detail and I'll contact him, okay? Claire decided to hire a treadmill over lockdown. It was costing her £70 a month for a minimum of 3 months. And she was getting on so well with it that she decided to buy one outright from the same company she'd been using to hire the previous one from. But £650 and only 10 months later, something's gone very wrong with it.
Last Friday, so the 16th of July, I went out for a run. I was just 1 kilometre into the run and the power stopped. It tripped the fuse box, tripped absolutely everything, which I'd never had with the hired one. It tripped everything in the house. So I called the guy that I bought it off. He said he didn't remember me. He sells a lot of equipment. He didn't come across at all interested. He told me I need to speak to the manufacturer. The treadmill itself has only done 855 kilometres, and I've got a log of all of the runs and when I've done them. It's never been put on an incline. It's always on a flat. We let the belt go before I run. So we pointed out all these things. And then we've had nothing all week. And we just feel like he's washed his hands of us. Don't know what to do or how to chase him. So hence got in touch with the show.
Well, Claire feels a bit ignored and wanted me just to seek some clarity from the retailer that he was taking it seriously and taking his responsibility seriously. Well, I had that conversation at the end of last week. Claire's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Claire.
Hiya.
Hello, Claire. Now,
Hello.
the retailer listens to my programme.
Yeah.
So when I called him, he kind of said, oh, God, he said, to be honest with you, I never expected that I'd be on the receiving end of one of your calls. He said, I'll be honest with you. He said, I feel a bit confused, though, as to why Claire has come to you at this stage. He said, we contacted the manufacturer's after-sales division based in the UK. He said the manufacturer is actually based overseas, but they have a UK-based after-sales division that oversee any problems with the products afterwards.
Yeah.
He said, as far as we were aware, after we spoke to the UK-based sales division, after-sales division, they were going to come out and they were going to inspect the treadmill with a view to hopefully fixing it.
Mm-hmm.
He said it may well be that the after-sales division would have warned the customer that if they found the product in some way had been misused or mistreated or not lubricated as it's supposed to be, that they would warn the customer at that stage it would be a chargeable event. But he said as long as a customer hasn't misused a product, then you would have nothing to fear from that. It's really just covering their backs if when they turn up at someone's house, it becomes very apparent the treadmill's been misused. Mm-hmm. So he said, I just feel as if Claire's jumping the gun a bit with this. I mean, if the company come out and they look at the treadmill and they see that Claire's lubricated it and done everything that she's supposed to do with it, then they'll fix it, won't they? There won't be any issue. I said, well, Claire's just worried at the tone of the letter that it almost seems to be paving the way to disappointing her on the day and saying that she'll have to pay.
Yeah.
He said, no, I don't think that's the case. He said they're just covering their backs as they would have to in case when they turn up at a customer's house, it becomes very apparent the customers misused the product. It's quite normal. It's quite reasonable. So he said if in the event the manufacturer's agent came out and had a look at the treadmill and said to Claire, we think you've damaged the treadmill, or we don't think you've used it properly, then of course it would be a case of at that stage having to get someone independent out to have a look at it. But he said at this point in time, we don't even know what they're going to say. He said, I'm very confident they'll turn up and fix it.
Yeah. So, yeah, he called a few times on Friday. So I spoke to him Friday evening. And he said basically what he'd said to yourself. I hadn't got any of those emails. Hadn't got anything in writing that said that. I sent the emails I got to yourself, to your team on the show. So there was no date or time, and there was nothing really like that. But anyway, we had a discussion about what to do next, and I've been refunded. Friday evening, I was refunded my money for the treadmill, and he come and collected it Saturday morning. So
what? He's just taken the whole thing away?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. So we agreed because I didn't have those emails that said that. I felt that I'd lost. I hadn't had that communication. And I've been really worried about this. The email I had was just a very short email that basically put that I was liable in writing, really, for this. And there was 2 emails that said that.
Right.
So,
but he said,
but obviously I'd had to come to you. I didn't have any of that service during the week, so we agreed Friday night.
But it would not be unreasonable. It's quite normal that a company would say to a customer, let's say you've got a fridge that breaks 6 months after you've had it. Yeah. And you contact the retailer, and the retailer organises for an agent, a repair agent, to come out and fix it. It wouldn't be unreasonable for them to say, if when we arrive at the property we find the fridge freezer has not been maintained, this hasn't been done, that hasn't been done, then this will be a chargeable event. That's quite a normal thing to say, because if you put yourself in the position of being a retailer, not every customer looks after their stuff.
Indeed, yeah.
And if, for example, let's use a TV as an example. You're a retailer, you've sold a TV to a customer, they chuck a pint of beer over it and it stops it working. They call you up and they say, our TV stopped working. It would be perfectly reasonable for you when you get there and you say, well, you've spilt a pint of beer in it. That's why it's not working. You've now got to pay for that. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And the retailer said that's all he felt the manufacturer's agent was trying to just warn you about, that if when they turned up, the treadmill was in some way damaged because of customer misuse or lack of maintenance, you would then have to pay for that call out.
Yeah, and that's what, when we discussed that Friday, if that conversation would have happened with me and the retailer and he'd have contacted me in the week, that probably would have put me with some assurance. But on the email I had from the manufacturer, there was 2 emails, they didn't offer to send someone out. It wasn't clear someone was coming or a part was coming. It was more put on me. It definitely was not. That wasn't what is in writing. So,
right.
And so that's why we had that conversation, because obviously you'd phoned him and like you say, listens to the show as well. He was very receptive and left on good terms, and that's all really good, and I don't have that stress now.
No, well, I mean, that's fantastic. That was something he didn't need to do at this stage. But if he wanted to just kind of draw a line under it and come and collect it and give you a full refund, then obviously he really has gone the extra mile for you. So shall we thank him and give him the horn? Yeah,
that's really good. Yeah, so that's what we should do. So
I think so. And what are you going to do now? Go and buy another treadmill or not?
Possibly, yeah. We're looking and at the same one, but from a larger retailer as well. So hopefully, wouldn't have the issues we'd had that week.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, listen, I will thank that retailer very much indeed for taking it away and giving you a full refund. Claire, any other problems? You know where we are. Simon, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, thank you. So last April last year, we booked our wedding for September last year, which is when it originally was. And we obviously booked everything up, including photographer and wedding insurance. The wedding got cancelled, or it got postponed because of COVID in September. So we spoke to the photographer again and said, would he be all right for the following April, which was when we then changed our date to, and he said fine. And we've also put a reserve date in for this September. And he said, yeah, that's absolutely fine. And as of then, we hadn't paid him any deposit at all. I spoke to him in February, and I said I'd like to pay a deposit if possible, just so we can sort the finances out. He said that was fine. So we paid him £500 deposit towards the total. The rest was going to be paid a couple of weeks before.
And how much was he charging for the photography?
The photography was £1,200, so we had £700 balance to pay.
Mm-hmm. And when was your wedding due to be?
It was the next one was going to be in April, which we were reasonably sure wasn't going to go ahead with everything that was going to go on. But we had already booked this reserve date in September, which is obviously going ahead now this year.
Right. Okay.
And it got to about end of March, beginning of April, and we decided we needed to speak to the photographer just to go through a few bits and pieces with him, and couldn't get hold of him, and tried on lots of different phone messages left, tried on email, nothing at all. So I ended up going on Facebook just to have a look and found out that he had passed away.
Oh, no.
Which was, a little bit of a shock. And as it happened, I managed to find the people that actually did his funeral. And yes, we found out he'd gone away for the weekend and had a heart attack and died.
Oh, how terrible! So, was he a young man?
He was in his 40s.
Oh, how awful!
So not nice.
Poor family.
So we didn't really know what to do. So we both thought about it and thought, well, we have got insurance. So we wrote to the insurance company. I sent them what I could, cuttings, this, and that. And I spoke to a gentleman there who said, I think you'll be fine. Please make sure you give all your details, what you've done. And we did all that and waited for about 3 weeks, which is, I presume, usual for insurance companies. And we got a reply back saying, we're really sorry to hear that. And they went through all the jargon, sent a load of stuff and said, unfortunately, you're not covered. You might well have been covered had he not turned up on the day. And I said, well, I'm pretty sure he's not going to be turning up on the day. I said, well, we're not happy with this situation. Can we look into this? And they said, well, right, we'll take this further. And we've had a reply back in it was about 2 weeks ago saying still the same. Unless it goes into bankruptcy, you're not entitled to a penny. And left it at that.
So there was no provision for what happens if your photographer dies?
Nothing whatsoever.
Did it say that wouldn't be covered in the policy?
Well, when I spoke to you, the lady who asked me to send everything in, I realised I haven't read everything. The small print just goes on and on and on. And it does mention bankruptcy and for the company to go into liquidation. But I couldn't see anything on death or yes, it will or no, it won't. And that's where I am.
Well, it seems stinky, doesn't it? Because you were very sensible to take out wedding insurance. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't. And it is a very, very advisable thing to take out. And in fact, I don't believe in the grand scheme of things, wedding insurance is really that expensive, is it?
It was incredibly... I do remember, Jonathan, that when we took this out, we both said how cheap this was.
Yeah.
And we've been very lucky because everybody else has held over everything and we haven't had to pay out any more. But we have now booked a new photographer who's very nice, wonderful man. And we need to pay him a deposit, which we haven't done yet. And he's going to be asking exactly the same amount. So all I was really doing was trying to get the money back from A to pay B.
Yes.
And that really was it.
It just seems to me it goes against the whole spirit of the policy because the whole point of taking out wedding insurance is to cover you against unexpected things that will have a detrimental effect on you financially when it comes to your wedding. Now, there are all kinds of things that you would absolutely expect a wedding insurance policy not to cover you for. However, surely it would cover you for one of the fundamental people that's supposed to be involved in the wedding dying.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I'm amazed. And if it doesn't specifically exclude death of photographer or death of I mean, it could be, I presume, a DJ or anyone that is involved in terms of providing a service at the wedding. If it doesn't say specifically that is excluded and you won't be covered for that, I think for them to then say that they're not prepared to pay out just seems to go against the spirit of what the policy's there for.
No, and they keep mentioning act of God, which I don't know which way they're mentioning the ad, but that keeps getting mentioned. Do we class this as an act of God?
And I presume, because actually, to be a bit brutal about it all, you probably would have a claim against the photographer's estate because you paid the photographer a deposit to provide a service and you haven't had the service. But to be honest, it's a bit callous, isn't it, really, to contact the family and to say, oh, by the way, before your husband or your son or your brother died, I paid him 500 quid. Can I have it back, please?
Yeah, my fiance and I both decided that we weren't going to go down that route. I couldn't do it to anybody, to be honest. I didn't feel right. So I just thought the insurance company, I appreciate they might have taken some admin fees off as they do, blah, 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 but we just wanted figure A to come back to pay figure B, and that really was it. But they're refusing, and they have sent us everything, and that's it. End of story now, apparently.
Right. Well, I'd like to go and have a word with the insurance company because it just seems to me that this is a bit smelly. And why on earth, when something is so exceptional, why on earth would they not help? Why on earth would they not cover that? Yeah. But with this policy, it's the whole point of wedding insurance. Can you leave it with us? What I'll do, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word, okay? Now, Sam lives in a block of flats run by a housing association. She's getting increasingly frustrated that there's no provision for residents who are environmentally minded.
I don't have access to recycling, and I just feel it's a bit ridiculous in the year 2021 that I don't even have access to recycling. There is a little alcove where there is 2 bins situated. One is, well, when we first moved in 2 years ago, one was a green lid and one was a black lid. And we assumed that the green lidded one was recycling. We later found out that it wasn't, and that both bins were being taken into the general waste, which is why I now have all of this waste in my hallway that I can't get rid of.
Well, who is responsible for sorting this out? I've been off to have a word with the council. The council, of course, would provide all of the refuse collection, so it seemed like a pretty good place to start. Let's find out what they've said, because Sam's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sam.
Hi.
Hello. Right, I've had an interesting and hopefully useful conversation with Central Bedfordshire Council. They are your local council and they're responsible ultimately for the waste there. Now, they've come back with this information. I'm just going to kind of skim through what they've said to me. They say the recycling bins at your block of flats were removed some years ago due to a contamination issue.
Right.
Orange bags were offered to residents at that time who wished to continue recycling. Mm-hmm. They went on to say the management company for the block at the time has now changed hands, but they should have advised all residents when the residents moved in that if they wished to recycle, they would need to request orange bags from the council, and you can then put the orange bags out on bin day with all of your recycling in there.
Right.
They say, we received a request for a stolen communal bin a few months ago, which was delivered in error. There was no additional storage available for this bin, so it was left on the pavement, blocking access. We then received complaints about this, so it's subsequently been removed. We've recently contacted the Housing Association and asked for a housing officer to look into where recycling bins could potentially be stored, with a view to supplying some bins and then monitoring the situation with regards to contamination. You know what that means, don't you, Sam? It means that people were putting the wrong stuff in the wrong bin.
Yeah.
And then, you've got the whole lot is just ruined. They go on to say, so it is true the bins were removed, but it is our understanding that residents do still have an option for recycling if they request the orange sacks. Now, were you aware of these orange sacks and the fact that you could request them?
No, and I wasn't told when I moved in, and I have heard about them before, but the only way that I've heard about them was through a Facebook post that I put on our local community page, and somebody happened to comment something that they'd heard something about orange sacks, but literally nobody uses orange sacks, so I don't think anyone is aware of them.
Right. Well, what they have said, and Central Beds Council have provided me with a link that I'm more than happy to send over to you, although I'm sure you can find it yourself on their website, where you can order these orange sacks. And then when you have the sacks, you have to keep the sacks somewhere in your property, or do you have any kind of cupboard area outside your flat?
No.
Okay. Well, you would then have to keep the orange sack inside your property, and you would put all your recycling in the orange sack, and then on bin day, whichever day that is, you would take your orange sack out and you would put it out on the curb for collection there. So, I mean, there's good news and there's bad news, and I think there is more for me to do actually on this issue, because what I'd now like to do is to go and have a word with the Housing Association, just to see if something more permanent can be done. But it's certainly not the case that you need to throw your recycling away into landfill. It can go into these orange sacks, but you need to request them from the council.
Right, okay.
Okay. So if you just look up on the internet Central Bedfordshire Council and put bins and waste collection, there's a page there where you can order food waste bags, garden waste sacks, or bin garden waste bins. And then if you scroll all the way down, it says here, orange recycling sacks for sack collection properties only. If you do not have access to a bin and require more orange recycling sacks, you can order them here. There is no charge for this. Deliveries can take up to 10 days. Okay?
Oh, okay then. Yep.
So that's something you can be doing in the meantime. Now, the slight problem that you're going to have, and as I say, I'm more than happy to go and speak to the Housing Association to see if something more permanent can be done. But when you live in a block of flats, and I speak from experience, some people that live in blocks of flats are, number one, dopes.
Yes.
They are so stupid, and the things they do are so stupid that it then has a negative impact on everyone else. And you have to realise that the management of the bins is going to have to fall to someone. Now, that's probably going to end up being you.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to take responsibility a bit for policing it, because when you're living in a shared environment, such as a block of flats, it only takes one person who just cannot get their head around which bin they're supposed to put stuff in. And you end up with a situation where the council have got an entire wheelie bin of contaminated stuff because, you know, someone's put old baked bean cans in the cardboard box. So,
yeah,
is that something you're prepared to do?
Yeah, if I have to, but I can't speak about the other block of flats. But when we did have that big bin, that was full of recycling that wasn't contaminated. So I can't, unless we get new people in, as far as I'm aware, everybody should be able to be knowledgeable about it. And
how many flats are there?
9 in our block.
Okay, well, that's reasonably manageable. Now, what you would need to do, and again, I mean, I speak from experience having had to do all this kind of stuff myself, you need to draft a nice, clear set of instructions for people and go and put them through their front doors. So if, for example, the council provide a bin and the bin is for example, all recycling goes in that same bin. However, plastic and glass and pots and tins and all that kind of stuff have to be washed. They cannot be put in with food waste in. You know, you need to make it clear in the set of instructions, do not put tins with food left in them in the recycling bin, because if you do, you contaminate the whole lot, for example. Okay?
Yeah.
And you're going to have to do that. And I'm afraid it will be a case of, if somebody still isn't doing it properly, you're going to have to try and find out who it is and go and knock at their front door, because Otherwise, you're going to end up in a situation where they're just going to take the bin away again if it's constantly being contaminated by people. And as I say, I mean, it used to drive me berserk when I lived in a block of flats, just how stupid people could be. And as I mentioned to you before, I mean, the worst thing that used to drive me mad was when somebody new would move in and they'd go off to IKEA, come back with about 35,000 IKEA cardboard boxes, and then they would think it was perfectly okay to fill every single bin in the whole area with all the leftover cardboard. So no one else then had any room to put their waste for the next 2 weeks waiting for bin day, because it was fortnightly collections at the time. And it used to drive me absolutely berserk, some of the things that people did. So I'm afraid you might have to become the bin police in your block of flats.
Fine. That's fine. As long as I have access to recycling, that's
all right.
fine.
Well, look, you do have access now in the form of the orange sacks. What I will do is I will now contact the Housing Association. Let's see if I can put a bit of pressure on them to try and come up with a solution for where the recycling bins can go, and let's take it from there, yeah?
Thank you very much.
I'm going to give Central Beds Council this for at least providing a level of solution. It's not ideal, but it will do for now, yeah?
Yeah.
Brilliant. OK, we'll talk very soon.
Lovely, thank you.
Davina has reduced mobility, but that doesn't stop her leading an active life. So she spent £7,500 on a wheelchair that will go off-road. Something that means she can keep doing the things she enjoys.
As my husband and I socialise assistance dogs, we like to get out in the countryside and give them a good walk. Fields, country lanes, the lakes, and obviously with an ordinary wheelchair you can't do anything like that. You look like a trike when you go out. There's a small cable that you gently pull and it collapses the back of the chair down to make it smaller. I pulled that, there was a loud twang and a clatter, and the end of the cable came off and a spindle shot out of the chair frame.
Well, after having trouble getting in contact with the retailer, she says they eventually agreed to pay for a repair carried out by another company. But then they told her the issue wasn't covered under warranty, and the money would not be transferred over to this other firm. Well, Davina says she's only had the wheelchair since December and is now left feeling very concerned that the company aren't taking any notice of her consumer rights. Well, I went off to have a word with the company yesterday afternoon. Davina's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Davina.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. And I think it's probably best if we just speak to the company on the programme now. Stuart is from the company. They're Cyclone Mobility, and Stuart runs Cyclone Mobility. Good morning to you, Stuart.
Good morning.
So Davina says that this wheelchair she gave you £7,500 for stopped folding up properly within a matter of months. She couldn't get it in the car, and she was offered all kinds of promises by you that you would fix it, but you didn't. Does that recollection of events sound true with you?
I've not been involved in the company in 4.5 months because 4th of April I was admitted to hospital and had nephrostomies put in because my potassium levels were 8.6. And so my knowledge of exactly the circumstances that Davina went through, I'm not certain of. I do know that Davina had spoken to our accountant, who had said she would get it dealt with, and she also spoke with our sales manager, Dan. They've been covering the situation. As soon as I found out about it, then we acted on it. And the word Davina used in the opening remark was gently pull on the backrest. Well, you cannot break a £1,000 cable crimped with a lead crimping by gently pulling.
So are you suggesting that Davina broke it through misuse?
Correct.
Davina, did you misuse the wheelchair and break it?
Stuart's met me. He knows I've got arthritic hands. So I'm very, very surprised that he would come out with something like that.
It's the fact that when you hold onto the backrest bar and put tension on the cable, then it stops the pins from pulling out. I recall whilst I was loading the car, your husband was helping me load the car after our demonstration down the lanes. The GTM hammer that we were loading in, he was holding onto the backrest bar and pulling on the cable, to which I said, whoa, hang on a second, and we leant it up against the back of the car and said, you've got to be, gentle with this and just turn it like that and drop it forwards.
You did mention to me on the phone yesterday, Stuart, that this is not the first experience you've had with this particular part failing. You said that you've had other complaints. Does that not suggest...
I won't say we've had other complaints. We've had other issues that people have done that. Everybody apart from Davina has accepted that it was their fault.
Right. But does that not suggest that there's a vulnerability to that particular part? Because if multiple customers are having exactly the same issue, isn't it too fragile?
If you gently pull on it, as was remarked by Davina, and you don't put any excessive force on the weight of it, then no, it's not going to break at all.
So you say that you would...
It's significantly stronger than the general canvas or nylon cable backrest cords that all the other manufacturers use.
But you've told us that you advised Davina and her husband on how to use this cable to fold the wheelchair down, and yet you're suggesting that they mistreated it and didn't follow your advice. If you've had other issues, then
the wrong word.
Okay, but I presume if you've had other issues with this particular part, you've also advised those customers on how to fold the wheelchair down, and yet they've also had the same issue. So again, I put to you: is this not a vulnerability on the product that you're selling?
Well, how else do we have a backrest to fold? You can have the pins that we put in, or you can have hooks, or you can have other mechanisms. If any of these devices have weight put on them whilst you're trying to pull the cord, they won't fold, because inherently the design of a folding backrest is to stay in place whilst it's being used.
Okay, so you believe then that Davina was too rough with the cable when trying to collapse the wheelchair down, and therefore she contributed to the problem. Why did your company not organise for an engineer to at least have a look at it and try and fix it for her? Why was she left with no alternative but to take it to a completely independent company for them to help her?
I don't know. I mean, our normal process would be to ask the client to send photos across to us.
Did you do that, Davina?
I did. I must say that I was asked, that the comment that I made to the member of staff was, you sell the chairs, you know what it looks like, and you know when the wire comes out, you know what it looks like. And I did say that I was going on holiday the following week. That would just hold everything up. Could we just get on with getting it mended?
Right, but I mean, wouldn't it have been helpful just to send them over the photo they wanted for them to be able to see? It sounds a little bit obstructive.
I suppose you can put it like that, but to us at the time, we thought, well, the cable only comes out of one part, and they work with these chairs all the time. They must know what the fault is and what it looks like.
If we can bring ourselves up to the place that we're at now with this, you were telling me to...
Can I just put something in?
Yes.
From an engineering point of view, the pin had come out of the left-hand side, which means that there was no locking mechanism on the left-hand side of the backrest. The cable was still connected to the right-hand side, and therefore the pin mechanism was still operational. So instead of pulling in the centre of it, if we'd have pulled straight across, that backrest would have folded.
Right. So you're suggesting that the machines could still have been folded up and put in the boot of a car?
100% so.
Okay. Now, if we just bring us up to where we're at the moment, Davina has now had the wheelchair repaired, and she has had the wheelchair repaired thanks to a local company that has sorted the problem for her. However, Davina, I sensed from you yesterday that your real concern is that you now have lost faith that Stuart and his company, if you have any further issues with the wheelchair, will be there to assist you. Is that correct?
Yes, very much so. There is, because at first I didn't get the right wheels. And although the staff, when you finally get through to them, are very, very nice, they say they'll get back to you, but they never do. And like in this instance, if I hadn't have kept ringing, I don't know when anybody would have. And also with Stuart telling the lady from the company that mended it that this part wasn't covered because it had broken multiple times before, that they wouldn't cover it in the warranty. My concern is that I've got £7,500 worth of equipment with a couple of years warranty on it. I don't want to be worrying that the owner of the company is going to be cherry picking which parts that he will mend. It's not. I don't think that's under consumer law, is it, Jonathan?
Well, it depends what's wrong with the part, Davina. I mean, if you have damaged the wheelchair, if you decide to crash the wheelchair into something, then of course it would be completely unreasonable to expect the retailer to replace things under warranty. If, however, something fails, a component fails, not through any customer misuse, and Stuart is alleging that you broke the wheelchair the last time because he seems to be suggesting you were heavy-handed with it. But I presume, Stuart, if the wheelchair fails due to a component going wrong, nothing to do with Davina's use, I presume that would be covered under the warranty and you would sort the problem out.
All GTMs have an 8-year warranty, which is 3 years in excess of most other manufacturers. GTM wheelchairs do not fail. I've been a wheelchair user for 36 years. I manufactured wheelchairs for 25 years. And we import these wheelchairs from Poland. They are excellent in their quality. If I can identify one particular case, a gentleman by the name of Nick, I won't say any further of his name, came up to see us 7 years after he bought his chair, and he said, I just want a service on it. So we had a look at it. His bearings were still absolutely precision. This is a guy that uses the wheelchair in a heavy basis. All bearings were fine. The only thing he needed to change was upholstery and tyres. So these chairs are built. They're built for living.
Yes, but as with any mechanical item, things will sometimes go wrong. And what Davina is quite understandably wanting some reassurance on, based on her previous experience, is that when she calls your company, firstly, someone will answer the phone, and secondly, someone will arrange help for her if she ends up in this kind of situation. Can you assure her that will happen? Because up until this point, she says that hasn't happened.
Absolutely. As I explained to you, 4th of April, I underwent major surgery.
Yes, and I'm sorry to hear that, but I presume you have other staff that can look after your company in your absence.
I do have other staff that can look after the company.
Well, obviously they haven't called Davina back, which is why she called my programme.
You can imagine they were a little stressed, a little sort of pushed. It's been just a mishap that they haven't called Davina back. And this is an ancillary part of the wheelchair. I'm probably misappropriately was determined as not an urgent issue.
In terms of Davina going forward, she's concerned that if she has another problem, she's going to be left high and dry. You mentioned there in that other example you gave of a customer by the name of Nick that he brought the wheelchair back to you. Now, this is something that came up in my conversation with Davina yesterday, and it's also something that came up in my conversation with you yesterday afternoon. Davina says that she was given the impression before purchasing this wheelchair at £7,500 that you provided.
Let's break this down. The wheelchair was not £7,500. The Batek attachment was approximately £5,000, possibly slightly more, and the GTM1 wheelchair was approximately £2,000.
How much did she pay you?
£7,500.
Right, okay.
But the Batek attachment is a separate entity to the wheelchair.
Sure.
So the Batek attachment is a powered unit that pulls the wheelchair along from the front. It's not a £7,500.
Regardless, she's spent a lot of money with you, and what she says she was given. Okay, so what she was told when she first purchased this product from you was that you had engineers that would be able to assist her if she had problems in the future. Is that true? Do you provide an engineer service across the country, nationally, where an engineer can come out and solve a problem?
Yes.
That's not quite what you told me yesterday afternoon, though.
No.
You suggested a customer would have to bring it back to you at your base, which is 3.5 hours away for Davina.
No. You asked, did I have a network of engineers? I said, no, we're a company of 9 people. We have 2 engineers. If somebody has an issue with a Batek or there's a major issue with a wheelchair, then the engineer will go out.
And how long will customers have to wait for that?
It all depends on how busy the engineer's diary is and whether the engineer is passing the individual.
So there's no assurance whatsoever in terms of it won't be within 24 hours, it won't be within 48 hours?
Correct.
Right.
Can I say something, Jonathan?
Well, yes, but the point I just wanted to conclude by saying was, doesn't that leave a customer who may well be very dependent on the wheelchair in a very vulnerable situation if you don't supply an engineer that can attend in the event of the wheelchair failing within a certain period of time? Potentially you're going to leave that person without a working wheelchair.
Right. If a wheelchair failed to a point that it was unusable, we would immediately get a replacement chair to loan to them whilst we repaired their chair.
Okay. So Davina's situation she had previously just wasn't serious enough to warrant that?
No, it's a folding backrest. It's many of our customers don't have folding backrest because of the issues that folding backrest cause.
Davina, you wanted to come back in?
Yes, thank you. When one of the staff members said to us that it would cost £150 for a call-out for an engineer to attend. Now, when an item's under warranty, I'd like to ask Stuart if he agrees that is acceptable.
If an item's under warranty, there would be no charge.
Well, we told them that it was under warranty. They knew it was. And they said we'd have to pay £150 call-out. Now, in these situations, with hindsight, could you not have somebody arrange for it to be couriered back to you? The wheelchair itself, without the wheels on it, is not heavy.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, we do that numerous times.
Can I suggest that you put that in your work plan?
We do that numerous times, in particular when Bateks have failed and somebody's in Cornwall and the engineers can't get to them for, let's say, 10 days. We send a box to them. They put the Batek in the box comes back to us, we fix it and get it back to them the following day.
Right, so that was never...
That's generally because of electrical or electronic issues.
That was never put to me. And I'd also like to, I really must refute the fact that I damaged it. I'm 5'2", I'm 63, I have arthritis and God knows what throughout my body. I can't unscrew the top off of a Coke bottle. So I refute again that I did not break that chair. I think that there was a gradual fault with it and it finally went. And I think, Stuart, you've got to accept that everything isn't perfect all of the time.
Yep. Okay. I understand that, and I take that on board.
Do you accept that it might have been a helpful idea for your company to have been more cooperative when Davina was left in this situation and had been left with no alternative but to take it to an independent company to fix it for her?
Yeah, I agree that we could have been more proactive.
And will lessons be learnt as a result of this?
Absolutely.
Davina, from what you've heard...
The moment I got the call from, I think it's Joyce from J&D, we immediately acted on it. I got the engineers to put the kit together and send to her, and she sent me a thank you message. We've dealt with it.
Yeah, but I gather you have not, although you've covered the parts, you haven't covered the labour cost.
I haven't been asked.
Davina, is it true that the independent company has not provided Stuart's firm with a bill for how much it cost them to fix it for you?
It is true. She absolutely refused. She said she was so distressed when Stuart told her that that part wasn't covered by warranty and that he wasn't going to do anything, this is her words, anything to help me in my situation. But she got her engineers to fix the chair and she absolutely refused to take anything for the repair. My husband,
can I say?
No, hold on. My husband went out and bought flowers and bought chocolates, and we took it in to say thank you.
Okay, I refuse to help her in any way. We sent the kit to fix it.
Eventually, yes. I think she had to.
No, immediately I got the call. Pardon?
I think she had to shame you into it. She's a very
she didn't immediately. I got the call.
Lady.
No, immediately I got the call. I wasn't aware of this situation until I got the call from Joyce.
Okay. Well, if necessary, I can go and have a word with that company as well. But I'm hoping it won't be necessary, because I'm hoping, although I'm starting to lose that hope, I'm hoping that as a result of this conversation, Davina, you will feel more confident going forward that if you have issues, Stuart will assist you. Right? Is that not the case?
We've got Stuart on record with various statements, so that makes me feel more confident. I really appreciate the fact that you've taken this on board. My main concern was that Stuart wasn't following his consumer obligations. I still feel a little bit worried, but probably 30% better than I did before, shall we say.
Well, all I can say, and I think that this has probably become very clear from my conversation with you yesterday afternoon, Stuart, and indeed this morning, if at some point in the future Davina has an issue with this wheelchair and your company does not appear to be helping, I presume you're more than happy to hear from me again.
Absolutely.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed for your time. I appreciate you coming on the programme. Not every single company would take that opportunity, but I thank you very much indeed for doing it. Davina...
I'm a wheelchair user and we care about our customers.
Okay.
And, that if...
All right. But you also had a customer that was unhappy enough that this has all ended up on the radio. So that,
not all of our customers are that diligent.
What do you mean by that?
Well, not all of our customers, take the bat and ball home.
Well, are you suggesting it was unreasonable for Davina to have taken the complaint to this level?
Yes.
Davina?
I think you've got it in one now, why I'm concerned.
Why was it unreasonable by your own admission, Stuart? I'd hoped we were just about to conclude this situation in a let's hope everything's going to be happy ever after way. But by your own admission, because you were in hospital, your company was left in a position where they didn't resolve the situation for Davina adequately, and yet you criticise her for taking the complaint to this level.
In the speed that she got, but As soon as I was informed, it was all dealt with.
Yes, but that was several months later, I gather.
Is it?
Well, how long did you say you were in hospital for?
Well, I was in hospital on the 4th of April.
Right. Okay, well...
But that's not when this issue...
But you admitted earlier in the conversation that your company had not dealt with the situation, that you hadn't been answering the calls or calling Davina back, and yet you also, as your parting shot, suggested that Davina had been an unreasonable customer in coming to my programme, even though you'd admitted earlier that your company has not responded to her in the way that you would ideally have liked.
No, Davina didn't support by sending photographic information, which would have helped on dealing with the situation.
So it's her fault?
No. There's I will accept there's a 50-50.
Okay. Stuart, if Davina has other problems with this wheelchair, and if she doesn't have any luck, then, I hope you are prepared to hear from me again. And Davina, let's hope that you don't have any other issues. Let's hope this wheelchair continues working very successfully for a very long time to come.
Thank you, Jonathan. I hope so too.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Matthew's on the line. Hello, Matthew.
Hello there, Jonathan.
Matthew, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Absolutely, no problems at all. So on the 9th of June, I purchased a new gaming desktop computer, and just because I'm a content creator online.
You're a what online?
So I create videos online for people's entertainment.
Oh, okay. What kind of videos?
Yes, it's a good question. So I'm like a gaming content creator. So I do it on the popular online football game FIFA.
Oh, okay. Not really my cup of tea, but I'm sure you have a huge fan base, Matthew.
It's been doing very, very well. So I decided to purchase this computer simply just to improve the quality of my videos. So I paid £989.99 for this kind of special computer that's obviously going to help me with my work.
Okay.
So then within the first 3 days of purchasing the computer, once it was delivered, I began to hear a high-pitched buzzing sound coming from the computer.
So this was, sorry to interrupt you, this was a brand new computer, yeah?
Correct.
How much was it?
So £989.
Okay. And, right, I mean, and in terms of that price, based on what you're using it for, was that enough money to buy you the kind of quality computer you'd need?
Yes, correct. It was. I did all the research, and it was specifically perfect for what I needed.
Right. And then just tell me a little bit more about these videos you make then. So do you make videos of you playing the computer game?
Correct, yes.
Right. Yes, you see, this is another world. My good friend and colleague Danny, who works on Treasure Quest with me, he's also into all this kind of stuff as well. And I think it's quite common, isn't it, that people like watching other people playing computer games?
Yes, absolutely. For tips and tricks and knowledge, lots of people, yes. It has a huge following.
Right. And is it big business? I mean, do you make money out of it?
It is something I'm currently working towards. I do it with a specific website, and obviously after you gain a certain amount of following, you're able to start monetizing your videos.
Right. Okay. And are you at that stage yet, or are you still working towards it?
Currently working towards it. So this is kind of my investment to get me to that point.
Okay, fine. Right, so £989 is the computer you buy, and you mentioned it started making a high-pitched noise. How long after getting it?
It was within the first 3 days of it being delivered.
Okay. And what is it, like a noise coming from the fan, or?
So it came from where you have the socket that goes into the wall, that plug that goes into the computer itself. It was it was exactly where that went into. It's the power supply unit, and it started buzzing really, really loudly.
Well, that doesn't sound good, does it?
No, not at all.
Right. So what did the retailer have to say?
So I swiftly contacted the company's technical team a couple of days later, and they agreed to send out a new power cable, as they speculated that it might be the cable that's causing the buzzing. However, that wasn't the case. So a couple of days later, I got back to the technical team, informed them that that wasn't the case, and they agreed to have it repaired and collected under warranty.
Mm-hmm.
However, so on the 22nd of June, I received confirmation that the workshop had received the faulty computer, and they informed me that I would have it returned for the 29th of June. So far, so good. However, on the 29th of June, that soon rolled around, I received no update and no computer.
Okay. So where are we? I mean, fast forward to where we are now with this computer. Where is it and what's going wrong with it? Or right, as the case may be.
At the moment, I am still without a computer. I've been delayed 3 times now, and I've been lied to on 2 occasions.
Right. What do you mean by you've been lied to?
So I've had a member of the logistics team inform me that if I was to hold off my complaint after the 2nd delay, that he would have it to me by the end of that week, and that never occurred.
Right. Okay. So not necessarily lied to, but you certainly feel as if assurances have been given, and then the company hasn't fulfilled those assurances.
Correct.
Okay, that's very frustrating. And all the time you've been left without a working computer.
Absolutely correct.
Right. Okay. Well, that's very annoying. Let me go and have a word with the company. Do they still have the computer at the moment?
It's still at the workshop, correct.
And have they told you at least what's wrong with it?
They've simply been holding it off due to parts shortages, which has been over a month now.
Ah. Right. Well, I mean, there have been issues with various parts coming into the country. For all kinds of things. But, I mean, there comes a point where, as a retailer, if you're not able to source the parts to be able to repair the product, then surely you need to just replace the whole computer. Have they offered you that at any stage, or have you asked for that?
I have requested it, and I was completely ignored, Jonathan.
Right. Okay, well, it's very annoying. So they're just expecting you just to put up without having a computer that you've just spent £1,000 on?
Correct, indeed.
Okay, fine. All right, Matthew, leave this with me. I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail, and I'll go and have a word with that company this afternoon. There comes a point where we all understand problems with sourcing parts, etc. However, there does come a point where enough is enough. And the fact is you've hardly had any use. You had 3 days use from the computer before it started to go wrong. It's completely unacceptable that you're now left in this position, because what you could have done at the outset when you first... What date did you receive the computer?
I received the computer on the 11th of June.
Okay. Well, you are out of the 30 days that you would have had to reject the computer. Have you at any stage during the first 30 days written to the company to say, I'm dissatisfied that you haven't managed to solve the problem, you haven't fixed my computer, I want my money back?
Correct, indeed, yes.
You did do that or you didn't?
Correct, yes, I did.
You did do that?
Yes.
So you've got an email within the first 30 days rejecting the goods?
To request a refund, correct.
Okay, fine. Well, in that case, let me go and push for that if that's what you'd like. Would you prefer that?
I mean, quite honestly, Jonathan, I just want a working computer.
Yes, but if the company are going to keep you waiting for another month or so before they get the parts, then surely it's better to get your money back and to buy another computer from somewhere else.
I mean, I would believe, yeah, absolutely. If they can't have it done sooner rather than later, then yeah, I would have to accept having a refund and going elsewhere.
Okay, fine. Well, let me go and put it to them. Let's see if they can get it fixed and back to you straight away. Fine, we'll give them that opportunity. If there's going to be any more delay, then I think the best thing to do is to give you £989 back, and you can go and buy a computer somewhere else. You are absolutely right to reject the goods and to ask for a refund in that first 30 days. That's your window of opportunity to do that. So well done, Matthew. Let me go and have a word with them. I'll pass you back to the team, and we'll speak to you very soon. Okay.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Barry bought an extendable dining room table in May of last year, which seats up to 8 people. It was expensive. It cost him £1,200, and he said it had a very smart graphite top. But at the beginning of August last year, his wife spotted a problem with it.
4 weeks ago now, I come home from work and my wife approached and said, look, you seen this? I said, what's that? I said, well, come and have a look. In one of the sections of the dining room table, there's a split. And I said, well, how's that happened? She said, well, I don't know. Spoke to my daughters, and they said there's no idea how it's got there. We don't know how it's happened. Yeah, it's just a big split down one of the sections of the extendable part of the table. So I rung the branch, and they said, do you mind if you come and have a look? I said, not a problem, of course not. So he come out, he inspected it. He couldn't work out what happened. I said, well, to be honest, we don't know how it's happened. Took some photographs. He said, I'll obviously get in touch with the supplier, and I'll let you know. And he said to me, oh, it's not a manufacturing defect. The supplier agrees with me, and you'll have to go through one of your protection plans.
Well, I mean, this has nothing to do with an accidental damage or protection plan at all. The simple fact is, Barry said, I haven't damaged it. It's a manufacturing defect that's caused it to crack. I want you to sort it out. I went and had a word with the company on Barry's behalf. Barry's back on the JVS show. Hello, Barry.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Oh, Barry, do you know what? I feel like I've known you since I was a boy.
Yeah, it just seems a long time, isn't it?
We've been talking for nearly a year on this issue. However, I feel as if in a rather emotional way, we're finally at the stage where we can say our goodbyes. Now, the company that you'd purchased this table from is Furniture Village. They apologised. They said that they were going to get you a new replacement tabletop. However, there was a delay in getting it. The new tabletop finally arrived, didn't it? You were delighted. You thought, way, we finally got it sorted. Until, unfortunately, you were telling me your wife suddenly noticed that the corner of the table had fallen off. And in fact, where it had fallen off, unfortunately, your wife didn't realise until she cut herself on the corner of that table. So by this point, you thought, oh, this is ridiculous. I've had enough of this fancy graphite-topped table. I've had enough of it. I just want a conventional table. So I went back to Furniture Village again and said, look, this is the situation. What's going on? They came back with this. They said, once again, we apologise to Barry for the ongoing issues with his table. The customer has been in touch with the store and a resolution has been put in place. We've agreed that Barry will select an alternative table, and he will do that as soon as the stores reopen. A manager will contact him as soon as they do open to arrange an appointment. We were not aware that Barry's wife had cut her hand, but we are very sorry to hear this, said Furniture Village. So, you chose a new table. You've been waiting for the new table. You were advised it was likely to take a bit of time. Barry, what's happened?
Yes, has arrived. It arrived on Wednesday, and we're all happy and over the moon. It's solid wood table, solid oak, so there's no tops or anything that can split, come off, or anything. Well, hopefully, anyway, touch wood. But yeah, we're all very happy, and I think we can draw a line under this.
Well, you've sent over a photo of the table. Would you mind if I shared that photo with my listeners?
Of course you can, Jonathan.
Okay, well, I'll stick that on Twitter a little later on for people who are nosy to see what you ended up getting. Yeah. Can I just say, Barry, very, very smart. I approve very much of your table and your decor. It looks a very nice room. It looks like a very nice table to sit at and enjoy a luxury meal. So
it is.
I will thank Furniture Village very much indeed for getting it sorted. I will give them the horn. It's taken forever, but we got there eventually, Barry, eh?
We did. We got there. As I said, we had all these hiccups on the way, but we got to where we needed to get to. And I'm very happy. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank yourself and your team for all their hard work in persevering with my little issue, and wishing you all the best for the future.
Well, we wish you all the best as well. Any other problems, you know where we are. And Furniture Village, thank you. Spencer's on the line. Hello, Spencer.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure, no problem. Best give you a little bit of background on myself first, probably. Been in the property game for 20 years, fitting kitchens and bathrooms, doing renovations and stuff, and we thought I'd try our hand at buying and selling properties. Mm-hmm. So back in 2019, we bought a property that needed renovating, doing up, did it up, sold it, went very well. And then shortly after that, my wife saw an information evening on property development and tips and tricks and information and stuff. So we attended that. And that was in March 2020. So we attended on the evening, and on the evening we stayed over, talked to the organisers. It all went very well. And we said, well, we'll just walk away. We'll think about it, maybe get back to you tomorrow. And they said, well, if you take up on the offer today, you'll save yourselves 1,500 quid.
So, sorry, what was this? Some kind of course that they wanted you to sign up to?
Yeah, we're signing up for a 3-day information course over a Friday, Saturday and Sunday at various locations. So,
and this was in March of last year?
Yeah, March last year. Actually, the 12th of March last year, we attended the evening seminar for the information evening.
Mm.
So,
okay, and this course would teach you what?
Tips and tricks, insider information, how to get properties before they come on the market, different ways of financing, property development, and onward support as well. So
right.
Telephone support and stuff. So it all sounded pretty good.
Okay.
So we decided to sign up on the day, because we wanted to take advantage of the saving they were offering. So we paid £997 in one transaction on a debit card, and that was for me and my wife to attend a course.
Just out of interest, why debit card and not credit card?
I haven't got a credit card, Jonathan.
What? Well,
yeah, I don't have a credit card.
I'll tell you what, here's a free bit of advice. You don't have to pay me to go on a course for me to tell you this. Get yourself a credit card and use it.
Yeah, I listen to your program all the time.
The reason being, I mean, paying for something on a credit card as a consumer is one of the most sensible things you can do. That's not to suggest you should get into debt, but if you pay for something on a credit card, if you listen to my program, you will have heard me banging on about this forever. When you pay for something on a credit card, you're covered by the Consumer Credit Act, which means the credit card company are jointly liable. And if you have difficulty getting your money back from the retailer, you're able to do a claim through your credit card company instead. And there is no time limit in the same way that there is with a debit card. A debit card limits you for doing a chargeback for 120 days. With a credit card, there isn't that time limit on it. So I would certainly have advised you to stick the £997 on your credit card, pay the bill off the very next day, and then you've got all that added protection as a consumer.
Yeah, live and learn. Thank
well,
you.
I'm just stressing it because it might help other people. And I know sometimes I do meet people and say, oh, I haven't got a credit card. Get one. It's not to, don't get into debt with it. Be sensible, be a savvy consumer. But you definitely, if you're being a savvy consumer, you should be using a credit card for big purchases to give yourself all that added protection.
I think in the past I did have a credit card, got in trouble, so I kind of steer clear of them. But that's good advice. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so you put £997 on a debit card.
That's right, yeah.
What happened next?
Day. We received an email from them 4 days later saying you need to confirm back to us that you're happy to accept the 3-day training course they're offering. So we did reply. So we confirmed the booking of the 3-day training course, which was to take place on the 3rd, 4th and 5th of April 2020.
Now, of course, at this particular time, and I remember it well because I got ill with, I suspect, COVID at that time, COVID was completely kicking off in the UK. We had empty shelves in the supermarkets and it was all becoming very worrying. Were you not concerned that you were signing yourself up to something that you might not be able to go on?
Yeah, well, on the 16th, when I did confirm back to them we accept the booking, I did express my concern about COVID and could you advise, please? And they replied the next day, said that we are continuing to hold our training courses over the next few weeks. So I presume that everything was fine with what they were doing, their side of the business. So I just waited and waited. And I waited till the 2nd of April, which was about 3 weeks after we signed the contract, and asked to cancel. And they replied the next day and said, well, you're outside of the time to cancel. You had 14 days, so you still have to attend the course.
And you wanted to cancel because you were getting worried about COVID?
Exactly that, Jonathan, yeah.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, the prospect of going and sitting... What was it going to be, in a hotel or something?
Yeah, it was in a hotel local to where we were staying at the time.
Yeah, I mean, the prospect at that point of going and sitting in a hotel with potentially hundreds of other people, I can absolutely understand why you definitely at that point would have been very concerned about doing that, because I remember that period well. It was a very scary time.
So and it was for us too, yeah.
Yeah, so you asked to cancel, but they said no. What did they offer you instead?
They just kept saying that we're watching what happens with COVID and following government guidelines and stuff. I was offered in November 2020. We were both offered a webinar, like an online webinar course. So it would be 10 hours on a Friday, 10 hours on a Saturday, and 7 hours on a Sunday, which we declined because, I don't know, we're old school. We like to sit in a classroom in front of someone. You can ask questions, put your hand up and stuff, but it seemed better to us. So we declined the webinar. And then once I declined it, I did remind them that I did request a refund for the course, which they said they're sticking by their guns. You were outside the 14-day calling off period. And then just recently they offered us a course to go on the 3-day live training course at a different location. But again, it's not something I want to do now. We've changed career path. You know, I don't want to bang on about my health issues, but the building trade has took a toll on my health. So we're still declining the course and still looking for a refund.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, I presume have you gone through the terms and conditions associated with this course?
It's very lengthy. I have sent them to you. I mean, it's just crazy. But, I mean, basically it does say, you know, after signing the contract, you've got 14 days to get your money back. And we were on day 22 when I asked for my money back. But I did express concerns about the course 4 days after we attended. And they just said that, you know, the courses are we're still going to hold our courses over the next few weeks, which they didn't.
Right.
So when I signed the contract, you know, we were expecting to go on a 3-day training course 3 weeks after signing the contract. Now they've offered us the actual course we did want to go on 16 months later. So it's like, you know, people do change careers. You know, things happen. They change their mind.
Yes, I think this is the relevant part, and we may need to seek a bit of legal advice in terms of whether you have the law on your side, because ultimately what we're talking about is breach of contract. You paid that company to do this training course, £997, and you were supposed to be doing the training course in April. Now, they couldn't supply that training course in April, whether they wanted to or not, because, of course, by that point, the country had gone into lockdown. So there was no way that I presume that course simply never happened.
No, they've just started back up literally last week.
Right. Okay. So I'm trying to think, what was the date of lockdown? Was it the 23rd of March, I think it was? Literally just after you'd kind of agreed to all of this, the lockdown occurred. So there's no way that training course could ever have happened. But of course, they could argue it wasn't their fault. They couldn't honour the contract. You know, they intended to honour the contract. They weren't breaking the contract with you. They were left in a position where they had no alternative but to not supply you with the contract that you'd agreed to. But it's whether or not, when you requested the refund, were you entitled to have had your refund at that time? And was the company within their rights or not to withhold that refund from you? I think we're going to have to seek a bit of advice on this, and it will all depend on the terms and conditions and what it says. What I'd like to do, I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word. And just in terms of, I mean, you say that you've now had a career change. So this is not something you're remotely interested in anyway.
No, I do still do property renovations, as in like bathrooms and kitchens, but I'll take more of a back step now. I've got other trades that help me out with that.
Okay.
So I'm still in that game, but not like we were nearly 2 years ago.
So you've lost that desire to do the whole. I think they call it flipping properties, don't they?
That's right. That's what we. That's right. Exactly that.
Right. And why do you not want to do that anymore?
Property conditions are difficult. Finance is difficult. Health issues. I'm not getting any younger. I've known that I've had to take a different career at some point because 20 years in the property game, it does take it out on your health, which it has. So.
Okay, well, what I will certainly do is go and contact that company and just see what they have to say, and we'll have a little look at the terms and conditions and see what, if anything, you are entitled to. Spencer, can you hang on there? I'm going to pass you back to the team, and we'll be back in touch as soon as we've had a chance to investigate for you, okay?
Thank you very much.
Lou purchased a shiplap shed about 3 years ago, and she used a team provided by the retailer to install it and build it for her. It's 12 foot by 8 foot, and it cost over £1,000. She was therefore expecting it to last for a reasonable amount of time.
I hadn't used the shed over the winter, and when I opened it up in spring, everything was just covered in mildew and damp, and it just smelled awful, that awful smell. And I also noticed that 2 of the shed boards had just broken, had just snapped. So I emailed the retailer. That was actually in April 2021, so that the shed wasn't actually 3 years old yet. I felt it wasn't fit for purpose because it hadn't kept the items in there dry, hadn't lasted a reasonable time, and therefore wasn't of reasonable quality because it was all coming in, damp was coming in through the windows and the floorboards had all broken. And they came back and they said, no one else has had this issue with their shed. They then came back and said, but their policy is 6 months that I have to complain.
Well, Lou was very unhappy with this. She said that she really felt as if this company, having supplied and fitted the shed, should be now doing more because of this shed not lasting for a reasonable amount of time. And I was absolutely inclined to agree with her. Well, I've been speaking to this company on Lou's behalf, and she's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lou.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Lou. Right, so the company concerned, as you know, is B&Q.
Yeah.
They came back initially with what I described as a completely and utterly inadequate response.
Yeah.
I should just point out, and I think that the press company have maybe gone on a bit of a learning curve with my programme. When they first provided a response, it was a load of rubbish. Yeah. And I'm not the kind of person, this is not the kind of programme that will accept a rubbish response from a company. The initial response was, we regret that Lou experienced a problem with one of our products. We offered £70 as a gesture of goodwill for the repair of the windows. That was it.
That was it.
Now, I wasn't happy with that. And it won't surprise you to learn, Lou, I made quite a fuss.
I'm not surprised.
And I sent emails left, right and centre, making it very clear that that kind of response was not satisfactory for my programme. They came back with a further response. B&Q said, we remain sorry to hear about Lou's experience and would like to resolve the issue with her as a priority. We have been in further contact with Lou, and we've organised for the lead fitter of our vendor to inspect the shed at her home at the earliest opportunity to assess whether the damage is deemed to be caused by the manufacturing or installation of the shed. Once the inspection has been completed and we've received the findings, we will contact Lou with the aim of finding an amicable resolution to the situation. Well, indeed, that then happened, didn't it? They came out and they inspected.
They did, yeah.
And when they inspected, they suggested that the problem that you were having with this particular shed was largely to do with the base, or lack of the base. Just remind us what exactly they said to you about the base.
Well, at the point, I mean, obviously at the point of installation, they said nothing, but at the point of inspection, he did put some of it down to the base. He said it was part installation, part base. Part was due to installation, so I think I said to you the windows had been fitted upside down, which is why water was leaking into the shed rather than away to the shed. The floorboards hadn't been installed, they hadn't been laid out correctly, doors hadn't been aligned. And then I think additional to that there was an issue with the base, that they felt maybe it should have a concrete base. And because of that, it kind of warped, and that's why the shed couldn't really be redeemed in its current format.
Yes, and I wasn't surprised because I was told a long time ago that if you want to install a shed properly, particularly a larger shed. I mean, it's okay with a cheapy little flimsy shed that can only house one lawnmower. But if you want to have a shed of any kind of size, then it really does need to be on a concrete base. I wasn't surprised to learn the base was deemed unacceptable. Now, the problem was they had said to you, well, look, we'll replace the shed, we'll organise to replace it. However, you need to get a concrete base put down.
Yeah.
And you said, well, OK, how much is that going to cost? They said, well, unfortunately, the cost of the concrete now, because of the virus and because of problems with supply in this country, the cost of putting a concrete base down is now considerably more than it would have been when you first had the shed installed. So your argument was, if I'd been advised from the outset by B&Q that this shed really needed to go on a concrete base, I would have had one built 3 years ago.
Yeah.
But I wasn't given that advice. I wasn't told to do it. And now 3 years down the line, it's going to cost me much more. I think it was originally it would have been about £300, and now it's going to cost about £1,000. Is that right?
Over 1,000, at least triple-fold, but over 1,000, yeah.
So your argument was, can B&Q help you out with the materials needed to build the concrete base?
Yeah.
Well, I put that to them, and they've come back with this further response. A B&Q spokesperson has said, alongside covering the cost of a new shed, including its installation and dismantling of the old shed, we are offering to cover reasonable costs towards materials associated with the base being re-levelled as a gesture of goodwill once this work has been completed. We have also offered to pay for the storage of the contents of Lou's shed in the interim whilst refitting takes place.
Right, brilliant. Sorry, the deep inhale and exhale all at the same time.
Were you not aware of that?
So I wasn't aware about the base materials. No.
Okay.
So that's brilliant. Will they source them? Because sourcing them is a problem. Did they suggest that, Jonathan?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it says here, we're offering to cover reasonable costs towards materials associated with the base being re-levelled as a gesture of goodwill once the work has been completed.
So would reasonable costs suggest they want me to provide quotes first to them, or
I think that would be very advisable, just to cover your back, really.
Okay.
Because what you don't want to do is to have the base installed and for B&Q to then turn around and say, well, that's a ridiculous cost, we're not covering that.
We'll give you £100 or something, yeah.
Exactly. So I think what I would do if I were in your position is to, as you've sensibly pointed out, get 3 quotes, including the cost of supply of materials for the concrete.
And fitting, yeah.
And fitting. And then once you've got those 3... obviously, you want to make sure that you're using someone good, but I would go for the more reasonably priced out of all of them, and then just keep the other 2 quotations. Sorry, say again.
I'll get a B&Q quote as well.
do they fit bases?
No, they'd supply the materials though, wouldn't they? So yeah, I'll see what their figure comes in at for what's needed on top of a tradesman separately.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea if you can. If you can ask your whoever is going to do the work to provide you with a quote from with materials supplied by B&Q, that would be very useful.
Yeah. They'd get it at trade price then, wouldn't they? So it's kind of been
Yeah, but I mean the slight problem you're going to have is actually getting the concrete because.
Sorry.
Are you all right there, Lou?
Sorry. Yeah, it's a Black Labrador. Shush. Right, sorry.
Right.
I'm so sorry.
that told her. Ultimately, the problem you're going to have is actually getting the materials, because I was talking to someone the other day who's having some building work done on their house, and they said, things keep grinding to a complete halt because they just cannot get the materials.
Yeah. And I think that's why I'm keen not to rush too quickly, because I must say to their credit, there's now someone been allocated at B&Q who's been in contact with me, who's been excellent, much better with communication. And I think they've already placed an order for the new shed to come. But I've got to be mindful of racing ahead because, as I said to you, there's no external storage here. I'm grateful that I appreciate they've offered to pay for storage,
But I have to take in mind, summer, we're in and out of the shed daily. And if stuff goes into storage 10 miles away, every time we need the mower or, stuff for the garden, I've got to keep travelling to get it and bring it back and then take it back again. There's a massive inconvenience there still. And what I don't want to do is have this shed dismantled and then there'd be a 3-month delay while we try and access materials for the concrete base before the new one's put in.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Everything lined up before we then go.
I think that's very sensible. I would certainly be saying to whoever's going to do the base for you, make sure you get the materials and get them here before we start doing all this, because otherwise, as you quite rightly pointed out, it could grind to a halt. Anyway, the good news is, after an initially poor response from B&Q, they really now seem to have not only pulled their socks up, but they're really going the extra mile. And I'm very pleased with the response we've now got from them. They've redeemed themselves, because I was beginning to wonder what had happened. But I'm delighted.
Thank you so much. I mean, that's more than 70 quid, isn't it?
It is a lot more.
Away with. And you got them to go that extra mile. So thank you so much.
Okay. Well, look, we're not there yet, but I'm going to give B&Q this. Oh, just a bit of the horn as encouragement. Please keep me posted. Let me know what happens and we'll take it from there. Do you remember Colin? He came to me, he was telling me he moved into a new property 6 weeks ago. But there's a problem with the front door.
The lock jams in the afternoon when the heat hits the front of the house. In the meantime of that, we noticed one of the windows was damaged at the back of the house, so we got a firm to come and quote to replace this window. In the time that the gentleman was here, I pointed out the front door to him, and he said, oh, yes. He says, get the firm that fitted that. He says, they'll come straight out. So we rang the company and said, you fitted doors about 10 months ago, and we're having trouble with the padlock. And was told by the lady on customer services, I'm sorry, guarantees are non-transferable.
Yes, well, that's the problem. The door was purchased by the previous owner of the property. The warranty is in their name. The warranty has never been transferred to Colin. So, as I explained to Colin, in the eyes of the law, he doesn't have any rights because he doesn't have any contract with that company that supplied the front door. However, I did say to Colin, well, let me call them just to see if they are satisfied with the response they've given you. Ultimately, it is one of their doors. Ultimately, they did install it within the last year or so. Surely they can't be happy that this door now doesn't lock and open properly. So I went off to have a word with them. Colin's back on the JVS show. Hello, Colin.
Hi, Jonathan.
Now, I think it's safe to say the company wasn't best pleased. They weren't best pleased to hear from me. In fact, they wrote a long response, really suggesting that they felt it was very unfair of you to have come to my programme. They'd already, apparently they said to you, offered to try and resolve the matter for you. That wasn't something you were aware of. But they said, really, we don't think this is anything to do with us. The manufacturer's guarantee is not transferable over to Colin. We don't have a relationship with Colin. He's not our customer. However, they did conclude their letter, their rather grumpy letter, saying that they were, however, prepared to come out and have a look at your front door just to see if there was anything they could do in terms of a bit of adjustment to get it opening and closing again. Well, that was fantastic that they were prepared to do that. The question is, have they done it? What's happened, Colin, since we last spoke?
On Monday of this week, and a very nice gentleman turned up.
Oh, Colin, your mobile phone signal's terrible. Can you just... I need to be able to hear you.
Better?
That's a bit better, yeah. Better? Don't move a muscle.
No, I'm not. A gentleman turned up on Monday to adjust the doors. Everything is perfect. I'm a very happy customer now.
Right. And no cost to you?
No cost to me. None at all.
And was it all done in an amicable way, or...?
Yes. Very nice gentleman, very, very pleasant, absolutely no problems at all.
OK, good. But I presume that's it now. I presume the company is not, they're not prepared to take on ongoing maintenance of this front door.
No, I wouldn't think so. I stood and watched what he did, so I think I can sort it out now.
Yeah, I mean, most of those kinds of composite front doors, they do have various different parts of adjustment on the locking mechanism, on the hinges, all those kinds of different things are very often adjustable. But you do need to know what you're doing. And, of course, the problem as well with composite front doors... this is probably the case with wooden front doors as well. I don't know. It's just I happen to have a composite front door. Is that in the sunlight and in the heat and then in the cold, there can be a level of movement in the door. And so certain times of the year the door might be quite stiff, and other times the year the door might open and close very easily, and it does need a little bit of seasonal adjustment. So as long as you've now learnt how to do that, that's great. And just in terms of a final bit of advice for other people listening to the programme, and this is something that you and I discussed last time you were on, when you are buying a property, ladies and gentlemen, it's very often the case that people will do some improvements to the property before they decide to sell it. So people will put new windows in, or new front door, conservatory, all those, new kitchen, all those various bits and pieces. Make sure your conveyancing solicitor, and I think one of the problems potentially with this, Colin, is you didn't really use a solicitor, did you, for the purchase of the property?
No.
You used one of these kind of online conveyancing factories in order to just do what I presume is the bare minimum they have to do in order for you to be able to buy a property. If you're buying a property with a good solicitor who's looking after your interests, one of the things they should be doing is contacting the seller of the property and asking what, if anything, has an ongoing warranty. So, for example, if there's a conservatory that came with a 20-year warranty, they would establish that and they would organise for the warranty to be transferred into your name before you buy the property. So that's very important that you make sure that is done during the conveyancing process, because it's the case that once you've bought the property, once the money's transferred, to be honest, any negotiation tactics have gone, and there's absolutely no reason why the previous owner would do anything to transfer warranties over to you. So that's the time to do it, during the buying of the house. And if I know this company has said they don't transfer warranties anyway, do they?
That's what they said, yes. So
No,
it wouldn't have made much difference.
But there might be other stuff. And I mean, you said there was some windows or something that had been done as well. I mean, was that transferred into your name or not?
I'm not sure, to tell you the truth, Jonathan.
Probably not.
Probably not.
So you see, this is the problem, that sometimes during that process, if your conveyancer doesn't do what they could do in order to get the best possible situation for you, and that very often, I know they did do some things though, didn't they? It's rather bizarre because they organised for an insurance for the boiler, I think, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the boiler and that was sorted, but no, nothing for the doors.
No, well,
the boiler was just over a year old as well.
And what they should have done is they should have contacted you to say, we have spoken to the vendor who's had a new front door fitted. However, the vendor's checked with the company that installed it and the warranty is not transferable. Are you happy to proceed with the purchase on those terms? They should have at least made you aware of that at that point, and it's a shame they didn't.
Yeah.
But there you go, you live and learn. Colin, listen, we will thank this company for sorting out your door. I hope it opens and closes very successfully from now on.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Thanks to you and your team for helping me out.
It's a pleasure. And to the company concerned, thank you for doing something, even though you were a bit grumpy about it in the first place. Thank you for doing it. Thank you for sorting out Colin's door. Anjam employed the services of a building firm to do work in his garden. This was on June the 18th. Fencing in the back garden and concrete work at the front. He was quoted £2,000 and he gave the company £1,200 for supplies. But nothing has been finished, and he said he keeps getting excuses.
He's saying that he's short of money and he used my money to pay his workers, and he hasn't paid his road tax, and the vehicle has been clamped and taken away, but he's short of money.
Well, I mean, none of this is Anjam's problem, is it? I mean, the simple fact is if this builder has taken £1,200, why has he not been back to sort the problems out, to finish the job? Why has he not done it? That's what I went off to find out. Anjam's back on the JVS show. Hello, Anjam.
Hi, morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So, I went off to try and track this builder down. You gave me, and we've got very little to go on other than his name and a mobile number, and also an address in Luton. Now, I don't think this is a proper building company, is it?
No, it's not, no.
It's just an individual. or in fact 2 individuals, because you were saying they are 2 guys that seem to live at the same property together who are both builders. And you were saying that you've got a written contract with him, but it's not on a headed notepaper, is it? It's just on a normal piece of paper.
That is correct, yes.
Now, I contacted the man on the mobile number, and he answered the phone. Now, this man's name is Stephen. So when I called him, he answered the phone. I said, hello, is that Stephen? He said, yes. I said, oh, hello. I said, I'm Jonathan Vernon Smith. I'm calling from the BBC. I'd like to talk to you about Anjam and a problem he's having with you completing building work at his property. Well, at that point, he said, well, I'll need to get Stephen to call you back. I said, well, I thought I was talking to Stephen. You just said you were called Stephen. He said, no, but I'm not that Stephen. I said, well, what's your surname? And he gave me a different surname. And I said, well, okay, can you? And at that point, he put the phone down on me. So I tried to call back. And I've called back a number of times. Every time I call back, unfortunately, the phone just goes to answer phone. And I've had no return call. Last time we spoke on the programme, I identified this man with a hope that either somebody would contact the programme and explain where he was, where you could contact him, or would ask him to call you. I have not received any assistance at all on this matter. Have you heard anything, Anjam?
No, not at all.
So no telephone call, no visit from him, nothing?
Nothing at all, Jonathan.
Well, that's very frustrating. And it leaves me with no alternative but to identify him again, because we need to try and make contact with this man. I want to find out from him why he hasn't finished the job. There are 2 men that you believe you have a contract with, and the paperwork would seem to suggest you do. One is called Stephen Hesseltine, and the other one is called Stephen Ventum. And they both live in Luton, Turners Road South in Luton. I'm not going to give out the number, but they are based in that particular part of Luton. Now, as I say, if anybody knows either of those Stephens, can you ask them to call? What are you going to do now in terms of if they simply don't come back and finish this job, what are you prepared to do, Anjam?
I'm not too sure, but I heard that I can take them to the small claims court.
Well, you can yes. I mean, you can certainly put in a claim. Oh, can you hear me, Anjam?
Yes, I can.
You can certainly put in a claim. Whether or not you would be successful depends on a number of factors. And even if you were successful, are you going to get any money from them? Because you said that you've been told he has not got the financial means to pay you back.
Correct, yes.
Now, I know that you've spoken to, and I don't want to identify the supplier of the materials, but you've had a conversation with the supplier of the materials. What has the supplier of the materials told you, Anjam?
What has happened is that he ordered the materials from the merchant, and when the material arrived, we highlighted that, one, the gravel board is wrong size, and the concrete post is all damaged. So we had a chat with him, and he first denied. He says, I will repair the concrete post with some resins and everything will be okay. I said, no, we paid you full price for the new materials. So he told us that he will collect this material and return it back to the merchant and get the correct size of gravel board and a new concrete post. So he collected the material, took it back to the merchant, and since then we never heard of him. Now, when the material were delivered to us, it was cash on delivery to the merchant, so we paid cash on delivery. But what he did is that the sneaky things he has done is that he took the money from the merchant as a refund, and we never heard of them. So I contacted the merchant, and they told me that he deliberately requested 6 inches of gravel board rather than 1 foot gravel board.
Okay, I tell you what I'd rather you didn't do is to make any allegations along those lines, because I haven't spoken to the merchant and I don't know whether what you're saying to me did indeed happen or not. So I'd rather not make any allegations when we've identified this person. But the supplier has told you that in terms of his side of the story, he supplied what he was asked to supply at that time, yes?
That is correct, yes.
Right. Well, I would suggest that what you now do is to write a letter to Stephen Heseltine and Stephen Ventum. You know the home address.
Yes.
And you put them on notice that they have 7 days from receipt of that letter to either come and complete the job or to refund you the £1,200 that you have already paid for work that has not been done. Right. If you do not receive either the money back or the job completed, you will then begin small claims court action. Okay?
Sure.
Now, what you need to do is you need to send that letter recorded delivery.
Yeah.
I think it's now, but Royal Mail have changed the name. It's now called Royal Mail Signed For. It used to be called Royal Mail Recorded Delivery, but Royal Mail Signed For. Send it to them so that you have got a proof that they've received it. I would also, as you live not too far away, be inclined to hand deliver a copy of the letter as well. Okay? In terms of employing someone to do work like this, you're in a slightly difficult position because, in theory, what you've done, Anjam, you've not actually employed a company. You've employed a bloke or a couple of blokes who happen to live around the corner.
Yep.
Now, that, of course, is a bit more problematic in terms of pursuing that individual when you find yourself in the position that you're in now. So I need to brace you for the fact that you may well have lost £1,200.
Right.
You know, I'm sorry. I wish I could say I can wave a magic wand and you'll get that money back. You may not. If Mr. Heseltine and Mr. Ventum of Luton, who have done this work for you, if they decide to simply vanish, or if they decide, having been taken to the small claims court, that they're not going to pay you, you may well have a bit of a battle on your hands. I find it very frustrating that we're even in this position in the first place. And as I say again, if either Stephen Heseltine or Stephen Ventum of Turners Road South in Luton would like to make contact with me to explain why you haven't finished the job for Anjam, I would love to hear your side of the story. Anjam, if I were you, I would get that letter sent now, and let's see what happens.
Sure, Jonathan, no problem.
Okay. Anjam, I'm sorry about this. I'm sorry that you're in this position. But as I say, I mean, it's not ideal, really, in terms of the way that this particular builder was sourced to do the job. Good luck getting the letter out to them, and we will speak very soon. Jim's on the line. Hello, Jim.
Hi, JVS.
Hello, Jim. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so at the end of May, took the family on a staycation up to Norfolk, and first couple of days was fine. We had the mother-in-law with us. She's not wheelchair bound, but she had replacement hips, so we carry the wheelchair about just to help her get around. Now we've got a convertible car.
Sorry, you have a convertible car, or you got one for the holiday?
No, we have one. It is our car. We didn't hire it.
Okay.
Now, we couldn't get everything in the boot.
I was going to say, I mean, surely you can't go on holiday in a convertible car.
No. So I took my van with me. This is still part of the story, this as well. So, anyway, on the Wednesday, we went up to a certain place and had a nice day out.
In the van?
No, in the car.
But I thought you said you took the van.
Yeah, but we took the car as well because we wouldn't get all the luggage in the car.
So you went, hang on a second, so you went on a holiday.
Yeah.
And because you've got a convertible car that can't fit very much stuff in, you went in convoy in a van and the convertible car?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so anyway,
Okay.
we had the wheelchair in the back of the car when we went to this place. Had a lovely day out, had the roof down on the way there. When we got there, we put the roof up, took the wheelchair out, blah, blah, blah. Again, on the way back, we put the wheelchair in the boot, had the roof down for the drive home, back to the caravan park. And when we got back to the caravan park, we couldn't put the roof up. So we didn't have any breakdown cover. but the mother-in-law was a member of a certain breakdown company. And because she was in the vehicle, we could use her membership.
That's clever.
So we called them at about 5 o'clock.
So when you said the roof wouldn't go back up, I mean, what was happening? It was just completely stuck, or?
It got to a certain point and then it wouldn't go any further.
Ah, right. Sounds like your hydraulics.
I don't think it is. When I carry on with the story, you'll know. So this company called them up at 5 o'clock and they sent out a third-party person about 11 o'clock that night. So anyway, he came and had a look. As soon as he turned up, he said, "Oh, I've not done one of these before." So he went straight on YouTube to try and find out how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a manual override, apparently, that you can do on these vehicles. So anyway, he's had a look about. He said, "Right, okay, I think I know." So we lifted. He asked me to give him a hand to lift the roof out of the boot because basically it's that heavy that one person can't do it. Now, surely you knew what the job was to start with, so they should send 2 people. But anyway, he then said, "Well, hang on, the wheelchair's stuck in the boot. I'll have to try and get that out." So he got that out. And then after that, we started lifting the roof up. And he said, "Yep, keep going. And then all of a sudden, ping.
Oh.
An arm broke on the side of the roof.
Oh, no.
So...
How
anyway,
old is the car? How old is this convertible car?
It's a 57 plate.
Okay. So it's quite old.
Yeah, it's quite old, but it's there's nothing wrong with it. The roof had been working perfectly anyway. So anyway, he at that point he said, "Oh, I'm sorry, there's not much I can do with this." He said, "It's a bit too dark. I can't really see what I'm doing." So he said, "You have to come back in the morning." I said, "What? Will you come back in the morning?" "No, you'll have to phone in again and send someone out." So, okay, fine. Next day, I called them up again at 8:45 in the morning, and then around 3 o'clock, one of the breakdown operatives actually came out, and not a third party. He had a look. He had a better idea of what to do, but because this arm was broken, he was saying you couldn't get the roof up completely. So he suggested it went to a dealership.
Yeah.
So they can actually have a look at it and see what the problem was.
I know with convertible roofs, they are a real problem when they go wrong. And very often it is a case of having to go back to a dealer to get them sorted out.
Yeah, well, I asked him if he knew of anybody. He said, yeah, so he phoned them up and they said, we can't actually see it till next Thursday. Now, bearing in mind, this was on a Thursday and we were due to go home on the Saturday. So, okay, what do we do then? He said, well, you'll just have to have a look around or get it booked in for next Thursday. But then how do we get home? We're not all going to fit in my van. But on that Thursday, my van actually broke down as well.
Oh, God, right.
Well, no, this wasn't a big problem. But I then called my breakdown company, which is a different one, on the Friday morning. And during that morning, we were out trying to find a dealership to have a look at our car. Now,
this sounds like a great holiday.
Oh, well, yeah.
Driving around trying to find a car dealer to fix your convertible roof. I mean, this sounds disastrous.
In one of the top magazines.
Yeah.
So anyway, this man phoned me up and said, yeah, look, I'm literally on your caravan park. Whereabouts are you? And I said, oh, I'm really sorry. We've come out to try and get our car fixed at a dealership. I can be back to you in about 20 minutes. So I had to phone a cab up, come back to the
But why,
caravan
if you were
park,
waiting for the breakdown company for your van, had you left the caravan park to start looking for someone to repair your roof on your convertible?
They were due to get to me about 2 o'clock.
Right, but they came earlier than they'd said.
They were a lot better than the first breakdown company.
Right, but surely when you phone a breakdown company, they say that they will be with you any time within the next however many hours.
They send you messages to keep you updated as to their progress.
Right. Okay, but you'd gone out, you'd left the caravan park to try and get your convertible sorted.
Yeah. So anyway, I had to jump in a cab back to the caravan park and basically left my partner and my child and a mother-in-law with the car at the garage.
So where are we now? What do you need my help on? Because, I mean, this all sounds like something from one foot in the grave, to be honest with you.
It is a long-winded story. Just quickly, though, when I got back to the caravan park, my van was fixed within 10 minutes, not a problem. So I spoke to that operative for my breakdown company, and he said, "Oh, are they near?" He said, "I'll have a look at it for you. I've done a couple of these." They were just coming back onto the park, and 20 minutes later, he's had the roof up. We've done the manual override. He's got the roof up, electric's working. Everything's good, apart from there's now a slope on the roof, and it lets in water when it absolutely chucks it down. And the arm's still broken, so we can't actually use the roof of the car.
Right. So are you alleging then that the first breakdown guy that came out broke your roof more than it already was, and as a result you're now in a worse situation?
Yeah.
And what's the company had to say that were responsible for sending that man out?
Basically, they said, we've spoken to the operative. He claims that the wheelchair was stuck in the boot, and that is how the arm got broken. But
because in some way the roof had been caught on a part of the wheelchair in the boot.
Yeah, but if anybody knows about convertible cars, there's a certain section, and it's sort of cordoned off by two plastic-mounted clips where you have to put a net over the top for the roof to actually work. And then the arms go nowhere near that net.
I think what you need to do, if you haven't done it already, is take your car to a garage that knows about fixing roofs, whether that is a dealer or an expert in convertible vehicles, and you need to ask them to write a report to state what is wrong with the vehicle and whether it was ever possible that the wheelchair could have been responsible for breaking it.
Yeah.
And as soon as you have that report, I think you need to go back to the breakdown company armed with that report and say, we've now had an expert have a look at it. You will see what the problem is. You will see that the expert says there's no way it could have been broken by a wheelchair in the boot at the time. We therefore believe it was your breakdown mechanic who put too much pressure on that particular arm while he was trying to manually force the roof up, and he's responsible for having broken it.
Yeah. Well, the actual dealership that we went to in Norfolk, they actually had a quick look at it. Obviously, while I wasn't there, they had a quick look at it and said, you know what, you might as well scrap it.
Yeah. Scrap the whole car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's a 14-year-old car with a convertible roof that's knackered. I mean, to be honest with you, it's probably going to cost an absolute fortune to get it fixed.
Yeah, but obviously it shouldn't be down to us to pay that fortune.
No, but I think what you've got to do is you've got to prove what you're alleging. You've got to prove that that roof was in a perfectly good state and it was broken by the recovery man who mistreated it while he was there because he didn't really know what he was doing. And I think in order to do that, you're going to need to get a report from someone who knows what they're talking about when it comes to roofs.
Yeah.
Okay?
Fine.
So I would suggest you do that now. You get that report.
Yeah.
You go back to the breakdown company armed with that report, and you keep me posted of what they have to say. And if you need me to go and speak to them, I happily can. But at this point, I think you need something technical to back up your side of the story.
Yeah.
Okay?
Fine.
Jim, thank you very much indeed. Every time I've ever been tempted to buy a convertible car, I hear stories like yours, and that's what always puts me off going for one, to be honest, because I know convertible cars, they were absolutely wonderful until they break. Yeah. And when they break or when they start leaking, to be honest, you've got an absolute nightmare on your hands. Jim, thank you very much indeed. Linda's son got a fine for driving in a bus lane, but he says he didn't know anything about it until the second penalty notice arrived, which meant he'd missed out on paying the reduced amount in the first place. So he got in contact with the local authority straight away.
He attempted to call the council on the 29th, but to no avail, there was no answer. So he logged into their website and logged an appeal, stating that he never received a letter and confirmed what address was it sent to. He never received any response, so he accepted the responsibility for driving in the bus lane, but he never received the first notice in the mail. He happened to be on the local website for the newspaper and saw 2 cases of people who had the same issue, that they never received notification, and it was the exact same date of my son's violation.
So, in effect, Linda is saying that her son was not the only one to not receive the original notification of driving down the bus lane. And she feels that as a result of all of this, he should not have to pay the higher amount of money. Well, Linda's back on the JV Escher now. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Jonathan.
Now, a very fundamental part of this story is that your son has paid the higher amount, yes?
Yes.
He paid it because he was worried. And he paid it because he was worried that the amount was just going to keep going up, yes?
Yes.
That's not helpful. And let me just tell you why. I completely understand why he did it, but I've been off to speak to the local authority. They are West Northamptonshire Council.
Yes.
They have come back and they say it is important that anyone who wishes to contest a fine follows the instructions on the letter they receive, so that the individual circumstances can be investigated. If a motorist challenges a PCN, then payment should not be made, as this will close the case, and no further consideration will be given. More information about the process is available at, and then they send a link to their own website. So in effect, they are saying that because your son just went ahead and paid it, rather than withholding payment and appealing it, as far as they're concerned, that's the end of the story.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, from a legal perspective, it probably is.
Okay.
Oh, I know, Linda, I knew you wouldn't want to hear that, but unfortunately that is exactly what they have said, and they're not prepared to budge. How much did he end up having to pay?
£90.
£90, as opposed to?
30 within 7 days or 60 within 14.
When he paid, did he pay and put in writing that he was paying under protest?
Well, it doesn't allow you to do that when you go on the website. It would only come up as the £90. Like, you can't amend the amount. You have to pay that amount that pops up.
Well, unfortunately, now he's paid it. He has accepted the fine, and unfortunately he can't contest it. And the council say there was an opportunity for him to contest it, but he didn't take that opportunity. Instead, he just paid it. So therefore, he forfeits his right to appeal. It's frustrating, but those are the rules. And it's a good lesson for your son. If ever he finds himself in this position again, make sure you appeal straight away, formally in writing, following the instructions. Don't pay it in the hope that...
He did appeal it at first. Before he did anything, he appealed it, but he didn't hear back from the council. So that's why he was getting concerned to say that they might say, oh, well, you should have paid it, because he appealed it before he even paid it and was getting closer to the 14-day deadline, and that's why he hadn't heard anything. So that's why he was becoming concerned.
When he appealed it, did he receive a receipt from the council that they were now investigating his appeal?
I believe he did, yeah.
Did that state what the instructions were in terms of, we will now review your appeal within the next 14 days and come back to you?
I cannot honestly say, because
I would have thought it did. So what they're in effect saying is, because he then made a payment before they'd had an opportunity to come back to him with their verdict after 14 days, that then closes the case and the appeal is no longer valid.
Okay, that's fine. But it's just that it's if you accept responsibility for it, but then you protest me the amount, and then there's no option for you to change the amount, that's where I think it may be a bit unfair. But it's fine. He'll learn his lessons from this experience.
Unfortunately, he will. And what I would like to say to you is if you find yourself in this position in future, with a council or with a company or anything, come to me straight away.
Yes.
Come to me straight away if necessary, while the appeals process is going on, because I can go and talk to them then. If he pays, then that is an acceptance as far as the council is concerned, that he recognises that payment is due, and it's then case closed.
So they made no reference to the fact that they did have an issue with Royal Mail on that day?
No, they don't. They
Even
don't.
though the article states that they say that there may have been a problem with Royal Mail on that day?
No, they don't. They say it is important that anyone who wishes to contest a fine follows the instruction on the letter they receive so that the individual circumstances can be investigated.
Okay.
If a motorist challenges a PCN, then payment should not be made, as this will close the case and no further consideration will be given.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
No problem.
Linda, life can often... How old is your son?
27.
27. Life can often be a learning curve, and your son has learnt something. It's cost him a bob or two, but next time, well, firstly, hopefully he won't drive down a bus lane again,
No.
and if he does drive down a bus lane again, he receives a notification, he doesn't agree that he should be paying what they're asking him to pay, he puts the appeal in and waits to hear back from the appeal before he makes the payment.
Yes. Thanks, Jonathan.
Linda, all the best to you. And hello, Graham.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Graham. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. I have two dogs, both of which are rescue dogs. The latest one I got in 2019, and at that time I took out a total health care package for her, which include all vaccinations, kennel cough, flea and worm treatment. So it was the whole
hang on a second. When did you get the dog?
2019.
2019. And you say you took out a full health... What did you call it?
A full health care package. It deals with all the inoculations the dog will require, kennel cough and vaccination, flea treatment and worm treatment.
I've never heard of such a thing. What? So you take it all out as one package and you get everything all done for the dog? What, for the rest of the dog's life or just for a year?
And no, for the rest of the dog's life. It costs, I think it was about £14 a month, and it covers all of that, which I thought was a very good package to have.
Right, so let me just, as I say, this is the first I've ever heard of this kind of package that you refer to. So let's just talk about what you get for your £14 per month. Okay. You get your vaccinations.
Yes, the main vaccination, in fact, all of the vaccinations the dog will require annually. And then on top of that, you get the kennel cough vaccine, and you then get monthly flea and worm treatments for the dog.
Monthly flea and worm. Okay, I'm trying to work out whether that works out cost effective. I'm not sure. Have you worked out whether it is cost effective? Because I'm not sure it is.
The vaccinations are probably around about the £70 mark, and the flea and worm treatment is around about £10 a month. So it works out just about break even. But the nice thing about it is everything's in one place. It all comes through the vet. They control the vaccinations for the dog to make sure she doesn't miss anything. And so it's convenience more than anything else.
Right, okay. So you pay £14 a month and you've been doing that since 2019?
Yes.
And do you have to take your dog to a certain vet in order to avail yourself of this package?
It's vet specific. My particular vet is a franchise operation working in a large store, and they run this particular scheme. Similar schemes run by other vets, but they're all vet specific.
So it's a way really of tying you in, rather like a service package on a car ties you in with the dealer. This is a way of getting you to keep going back to that same vet for all of your veterinary care. That's probably how they end up making the money from you. So
indeed so.
Okay, so you go and you have had all of your flea treatment and your vaccinations ever since 2019 for the dog?
Yes.
Right.
And it worked out very well.
Okay. So what's the problem?
Well, on Sunday the 13th of June, Rosie became very ill. She was coughing and being sick and in a lot of pain. And so we phoned up the vet, explained what the problem was, and asked for an appointment to come and see them. Unfortunately, there weren't any, as the next one was available on the Monday. So we booked that. Unfortunately, during the course of the day and early evening, the dog became significantly worse, up to the point where we were quite concerned over her. We phoned the vet again and to see if they had emergency care, but they didn't. They had a number for a different vet to provide emergency care. So we phoned that vet and they said, fine, bring it down. And Rosie was taken down. The vet diagnosed kennel cough, and for her, he gave her antibiotics for the infection and inflammatories for the pain. And we were told, really, you need to take her back at the first opportunity to your own vet for more medicine. We explained that we were going the next day anyway because we had an appointment, and the vet said fine. So we left it at that. That cost, I'll just mention it in passing, that cost was circa £300 for that. We went to our vet the next day after Rosie had a terrible night, and he again confirmed the diagnosis of kennel cough, and we were given some more antibiotics. Whilst he was on the computer, he said, Rosie hasn't had kennel cough, which rather threw us a curveball. So we said,
hang on. Do you mean he said she hasn't had her kennel cough vaccination?
At all.
Ever?
Ever. Since we started with the package. She's had all the rest of the vaccinations, but she's missed the vaccination for kennel cough.
But you'd been paying for this, I thought you said.
Yes, we have.
Well, didn't they give you at the end of each vaccination, didn't they, give you a little bit of paper to show what she'd had?
They put it onto her, they do that, but they also put it onto her electronic records, and that's the ones we normally use. So when they had the annual vaccinations, there was a couple of injections, and they just went on, and we assumed that was everything. But clearly there was another one, the kennel cough vaccine, which should have had, and she didn't.
Right. OK, well, I would imagine you weren't best pleased if you've been paying for that all this time, and then she ends up getting kennel cough.
Yes, if it was only a case of her not having the vaccination, that wouldn't be such a big deal. But what happened next caused us a little bit more concern. So after we went through that, a couple of days later, my other dog started to cough, and we took him back to the same vet, and he was prescribed antibiotics as well. And whilst I was there, I asked to speak to the practice manager to take up with him or her why the dog didn't have this. He or she wasn't available, so I talked to the head vet and again asked why Rosie had not received the kennel cough vaccination. There followed lots and lots of reasons why she hadn't had it. The one that was most repeated to me was it's optional and it wasn't requested. I said, this is nonsense. It's part of the contract. She should have had it. Why hasn't she had it? There was not a sensible answer to this. So I asked for the email address of the practice owner and the franchise company head office to make a formal complaint. At the end of the treatment for Blue, he had antibiotics, so we paid the £35 bill under protest, but we paid it because the dog needed medicine. There was no choice. Mm. I sent a formal complaint in the same night and copied it to the franchise company, requesting a refund of the monies and an explanation of the root cause why Rosie wasn't vaccinated.
Now, let me just ask you, what is it you're requesting money-wise back from them?
I'm asking them to refund the emergency vet's cost.
Which was how much?
£300 for that.
300, yeah.
£70 for the additional drugs that Rosie had and £30 for the drugs that Blue had. So a total of just under £400.
Right. And you are requesting that because ultimately your dogs only got kennel cough because they hadn't been vaccinated as they should have been as per the package you had purchased from this particular vet.
Indeed so.
And what have they said about that request?
Well, I had a non-committal response from the franchise company, which you would expect. That's not too much of a problem. But I had a response back from the franchise owner, who is also a vet. And he agreed that, yes, she certainly hasn't had the kennel cough vaccination, But again, he didn't give me a definitive reason why the breach of contract occurred or how he intended to correct it. He did say, however, the vaccination covers only a small portion of the infectious agents that causes kennel cough. He said, the other thing I think we should also take into account is that you did decide yourselves to take Rosie to the vet for treatment. It's quite possible she would have been in a satisfactory condition till the morning, given her eventual diagnosis of kennel cough. That's great if you're a vet and have that knowledge. But whilst your dog is not very well, that's not an option that's open.
But listen, I mean, when you're a dog owner, when you're a pet owner, you quickly realise that taking your dog to see a vet costs a lot of money. Sure. Taking your dog to see an emergency out-of-hours vet costs even more. Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, no one in their right mind would go and see an emergency out-of-hours vet unless they were genuinely very concerned about the welfare of their dog.
Indeed so.
It's not that you would have... Because you would have known that it was going to cost you a lot of money.
Yes, indeed. We knew how much it was going to cost before we went there.
I mean, I understand kennel cough vaccination does not necessarily... it's a bit like the coronavirus vaccination, really. It doesn't guarantee that you won't get kennel cough as a dog.
Indeed,
but what it
correct.
should do is it reduces the chances of getting kennel cough. And if you do get kennel cough, it means that the dog experiences it much less severely than it would otherwise have experienced it. So that's the whole point of the kennel cough vaccination. So... Yes. Your dogs could both have got kennel cough, even if they had been vaccinated. But the point is they didn't even get the chance because the vet had not vaccinated them for kennel cough, even though the vet had been paid to vaccinate them for kennel cough.
Yes, indeed so.
Right. Well, I don't think that's very fair. And I think they should... What have they offered you then?
Well, they've come back and said, as a goodwill gesture, they'll offer us £100, which... really is not hitting the real problem on the head. The problem is they still don't know why the dog wasn't given its vaccination. And until they can correct that question and put processes in place to make sure it doesn't happen again, the dog would remain at risk, which is why I've moved her from that vet to another vet. But of course, I'm not the only dog this vet treats. So, it's as far as I'm concerned, it's a big risk.
Right, well, I need to go and have a word with this particular vet and find out what they have to say for themselves, don't I?
You do indeed.
What I'd like you to do, please, Graham, is hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to the team and I will go and speak to them and find out why they haven't done what they were paid to do and why because they haven't done what they were paid to do, it's made both of your dogs ill, why they haven't agreed to cover the reasonable cost that you have now faced as a customer. It seems ridiculous that they've left you in this position. Leave it with me, Graham. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail.
Vernon Smith, BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, Simon booked his wedding for September of last year, but it was postponed. And they rearranged everything for April 2021 with another reserve date for this coming September.
We obviously booked everything up, including photographer and wedding insurance. So we spoke to the photographer again and said, would he be all right for the following April? We said, fine. And we've also put a reserve date in for this September. And he said, yeah, that's absolutely fine. And I spoke to him in February. I said, I'd like to pay a deposit if possible. He said that was fine. So we paid him £500. It got to about end of March, beginning of April, and we decided we needed to speak to the photographer just to go through a few bits and pieces with him, and couldn't get hold of him. So I ended up going on Facebook just to have a look and found out that he had passed away.
Oh, no.
Which was, a little bit of a shock. So we both thought about it and thought, well, we have got insurance. So we wrote to the insurance company and we got a reply back saying, we're really sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, you're not covered. You might well have been covered had you not turned up on the day. Unless it goes into bankruptcy, you're not entitled to a penny.
Well, of course, there's absolutely no way the photographer will be able to attend the wedding. So Simon wants to know why this wedding insurance, does not cover him. I mean, the whole point of wedding insurance is it's to cover against unexpected things occurring that then in some way affect your ability to have your wedding or various parts of the wedding. So why would it not pay out? Well, I've been off to have a word with the insurance company. Simon's back on the JVS show. Hello, Simon.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Simon. Right, so I did indeed relay your particular tale of woe to them in the hope that they would change their mind. They've come back with a short response, and I think it should be a positive response. They say, "We were very sorry to hear about this tragic event, and we extend our sympathies to the family of the photographer. Although we had not received a complaint from the policyholder, this event is not something that would be covered under the policy. However, in this instance, a payment equivalent to the claim amount has been made as a gesture of goodwill." Now, have you heard from them?
I have. I got a call from them about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, of which I said I was too busy to take the call, partly because I wasn't sure if they were going to say something or make an offer. I didn't know whether to speak to you first. I didn't know what had happened. But I did speak to them again at 4:30, and they said, "We were dealing with your complaint," of which I'd said, "We haven't actually made a complaint." They said, "Yes, but we've had a call, and we realise you've been on the radio station. And as a gesture of goodwill, as you've just said, we are prepared to make the full reimbursement of the monies that you lost on your deposit," which I said, "Well, thank you very much." And I have given them my bank details, and apparently it will arrive in the next 5 to 7 days.
Fantastic. Right. Well, that's great.
I don't know what you said, but you've been brilliant because we couldn't do it. So something you've said has stirred up a hornet's nest, and you've done really well.
Well, it's interesting they say in this response that they had not received a complaint from you. But surely you had complained to them.
We never officially complained, Jonathan, because we said we didn't agree with the first decision, so we'd asked them to look into it again, and they did and came back with the same decision, and I haven't spoken to them since then.
Oh, I see. So you'd raised the issue with them on 2 occasions, but you hadn't phrased it as, "I want to make a formal complaint about all of this." No. Right.
No,
okay.
We did think about an ombudsman, but we realised that that's further down the line.
Okay, well, it sounds like that's not going to be necessary anyway. And I'm obviously absolutely delighted that wedding insurance company has decided to go the extra mile and to make this payment to you, even though they say it wouldn't actually have been covered by the policy. And this is a very, very good reminder for everyone that when you take out wedding insurance, just make sure that you compare the policies, make sure you compare what is covered and what isn't covered, so you can properly make sure that whatever wedding insurance you decide to take out is going to provide you with adequate cover for everything that you want to have covered. And at least now this means you don't have to have any kind of awkward conversation with the grieving family, because that was something you really didn't want to do.
No, we didn't want to do that. We decided we weren't going to do that one way or another. We just couldn't do it.
Now, at the moment, is this just an assurance of the payment, or have you actually received the payment yet?
No, I've received an email asking me for my bank details, of which I've supplied last night, and they said the money will be in my bank within 5 to 7 days.
Fine. Okay, well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Half of the horn. The insurance company will get the rest as soon as you've got all of that money back in your account. Can you please keep me posted?
Of course I will, Jonathan. Could I take this opportunity to thank you from myself, my fiancée, and your team, who have been wonderful. Really wonderful.
I'm delighted, but we're not there yet. So let's just wait until that money's in your account. Certainly the promise is there, which is great, but I'm not going to conclude this case until that money's actually in your bank account and you're ready to move on.
I will give you a call. Once I receive the money.
All right, Simon, thank you very much indeed, and thank you to the insurance company. Sam lives in a block of flats run by a housing association. She's getting increasingly frustrated that there's no provision for residents who are environmentally minded.
I don't have access to recycling, and I just feel it's a bit ridiculous in the year 2021 that I don't even have access to recycling. There is a little alcove where there is 2 bins situated. One is, well, when we first moved in 2 years ago, one was a green lid and one was a black lid. And we assumed that the green lidded one was recycling. We later found out that it wasn't, and that both bins were being taken into the general waste, which is why I now have all of this waste in my hallway that I can't get rid of.
So who is responsible for providing recycling facilities? The local authority or the housing association that manages the block of flats? Well, I've been speaking to both. Let's find out what the latest is, because Sam's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sam.
Hello, Jonathan.
First of all, I went off to have a word with Central Bedfordshire Council.
Yeah.
And they came back to say, and it's very interesting, I'll explain more in just a second, but it's very interesting. I think there's a lot more to this situation than maybe you or I had realised initially. They said the recycling bins were removed some years ago due to contamination issues. Orange bags were offered to residents that wished to recycle. The management company has now changed, so they should be aware of the orange bags that are available, and they should be informing residents when they move in. Now, you said you had at no point been told about the orange bags.
No, and even in my communications with Bedfordshire Council themselves, you know, when I rung them on the phone, anybody at all said anything about orange sacks. So even they themselves didn't say anything when I was asking about it.
Interesting. Well, they say we received a request for a stolen communal bin here a few months ago, which was delivered in error. There was no additional storage available for this bin, so it was left on the pavement, blocking access. We received complaints about this, so it's since been removed. We've recently contacted the Housing Association, Grand Union Housing, asking for a housing officer to look into where recycling bins could potentially be stored, with a view to supplying some bins and monitoring the situation with regards to contamination. So it is true the bins were removed, but it's our understanding that the residents do still have an option for recycling if they request the orange sacks. Well, I know you were going to request the orange sacks. Have you done that?
Yes, I have.
And how did that go? They were happy to send them out to you?
Yeah, I just did it online on the website, and I'm just waiting for them to be delivered now.
OK, which is great. However, of course, orange sacks are not an ideal solution, because I presume you're going to have to just keep the orange sacks somewhere in your flat, filled with recycling, until bin day, when you can then go and put them out on the pavement. So in the meantime, it would be much better if we could try and get something more permanent there for you and all the other residents to use, some kind of recycling bin.
Yeah.
Even though I did mention to you that you will probably have to become the bin police and monitor it and make sure that it's all used properly.
Yeah.
Now, I went to have a word with Grand Union Housing, the housing association. Sam?
Yes, sorry.
I just heard a strange noise.
That was my baby.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought I'd suddenly said something terrible. So I've been off to have a word with the Housing Association, Grand Union, to find out whether they can come and install a proper recycling bin. They've come back with a fascinating response.
Right.
It's one of those responses where you think they obviously want us to be aware of far more than we were originally aware of.
Right, okay.
Let's just go through it. The statement has come from Phil Hardy, Executive Director of Operations at Grand Union Housing Group. He says, over the last few years, we've been working closely with Bedfordshire Police and Central Bedfordshire Council on estate improvements at this particular block, introducing measures to address antisocial behaviour and drug use.
Oh.
This was our first priority in order to ensure the safety of our customers and others in the neighbourhood.
Mm-hmm.
Drug trafficking and cuckooing have had a detrimental effect on those living in the community, and we're pleased with the positive impact our partnership working has had on our customers.
Mm-hmm.
Other estate improvements have also taken place, as part of our regeneration project, including installation of a new community hub, new fencing, gates and bollards, more CCTV, and replacing the bin stores. Although they say we appreciate we haven't been able to introduce recycling bins yet due to a lack of available space. We're delighted that our customers want to contribute to a greener society, and will work with Central Bedfordshire Council to find a solution to having recycling bins reinstated. Do you get the impression they want to make us aware of the fact that apparently there are more serious problems going on in your block of flats than recycling?
Quite possibly, but I wasn't aware of my particular block of flats having those sorts of issues.
No, I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, they appear to... It took, what was it, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs before they even mentioned bins. It was all about drugs, cuckooing, speaking to the police, CCTV, bollards, you name it, as priorities before the bins.
Yeah, well, I have heard that they've done a lot to improve it, because I'm sure there was, I got told by a relative that there was an article in their local Chronicle magazine thing saying how it had improved so much to what it used to be.
Yes, well, I think they're very keen to point that out. So I think what they obviously want to do is to say, look, we've done loads and loads of work to make this block much better, much safer, much more pleasant for everyone to enjoy. We'll get to bins, but it's not necessarily been our priority. I think that's what, that reading between the lines, I think that's what the statement is suggesting.
Yeah.
So I think really it's a case of let's now wait and see what happens. The council have provided you at least with the orange bag so you can do recycling.
Yeah.
And let's hope that Grand Union Housing will now organise for some kind of proper recycling bin area.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be a good idea. I don't know how you feel about it, but it might be a good idea just to write a letter to them, just to say, you know, thank you very much indeed for responding to BBC Three Counties Radio. And I was unaware of some of the things that you've obviously done to improve the block, for which we're all very grateful. And I'm happy to work with the Housing Association when it comes to the installation of some kind of recycling area and recycling bins. So if I can be of any help, you know, please let me know. I think it'd be great for you to touch base with them and to offer that.
Yeah.
Because as I mentioned to you before, the chances are it's going to fall to you to have to oversee this anyway.
Yeah, quite possibly. And I think I think on the other side of the other block of flats, they have put up CCTV around the bin area, because I think there was a big issue with fly tipping. So I think they put CCTV up to offer up like personal fines and stuff.
Oh, blimey. Right. So it's really going to be a big thing if they put in this recycling area. And to be honest, when you start to put all of this together, you can see why maybe it's taken this long and why maybe things haven't been done already. Maybe there have been other priorities, other more important things, and actually recycling in the grand scheme of things has been something that's been pushed to one side, understandably.
Yeah, I can understand. But it would have been nice for either the council or Grand Union to have communicated that to me, really, because it's taken me coming to you for them to actually say anything like that. You know, like I said with the orange sacks, the council never even mentioned it to me on several phone calls that I made to them, you know.
Yeah.
But it's
well, as I say, I mean, there's the response from the council and also the Housing Association. We will obviously thank them both very much indeed for responding. What I would do is just send that letter to them, make them aware of the fact that you're a willing participant to offer some help as a resident of the block in order to make sure this recycling area does indeed happen. And hopefully they'll then include you in the decision making and they'll be more inclined to want to help.
Yeah, hopefully so.
OK. Sam, will you please keep me abreast of everything that's going on?
I will do.
OK, super. All right, we'll leave it there. We'll talk very soon. Which is 2 separate mattresses for the bed that he shares with his wife. You see, originally, they had a super king-size mattress that was very, very heavy from the same manufacturer. It was really comfortable, but it was just too heavy to turn over. So they decided to go for 2 singles and zip and link them together.
I was very, very happy with that. We got rid of it because it was very, very heavy, and they recommend you turn them every 2 or 3 months, over, backwards, sideways, and what are you? Because it had a hot and a cold side, summer and winter side. Mm-hmm. It just got too much. That was the only reason why we changed to 2 singles. When they arrived, the first night we used them, It was absolutely diabolical. They were changing their range. They were waiting for the new range to come in. But I said to the guy, look, providing they're from the same company and they're firm and the same as what I had last time, I'm happy just to go along with that. Personally, I would say that they were a medium to soft. I phoned up and said, look, I'm not happy with both these mattresses. She says, you got what you paid for. I said, no, hold on. I haven't got what I paid for because I don't think they're firm as they should be.
Well, the problem is that the company, the manufacturer of the mattresses, had changed the specification of this particular named mattress from the time that Jeff and his wife had their Super King to the time that they ordered the two singles to zip and link together to make a Super King. And in the meantime, of course, the mattress is now, it's become a completely different kind of mattress. Now, Jeff wasn't to know that. The retailer should have advised him of the fact. They should have said to him when he phoned up and he said, oh, I've got, let's call it for sake of argument, a JVS mattress. I've got the JVS in Super King. Can we have it in zip and link two singles? They should have said, oh, yeah, that's fine. But you should be aware the JVS has changed since you had your Super King. So it might be a good idea to come and check it and test it yourself before you order it because it's a completely different mattress. They didn't say that. So in effect, Jeff's got a completely different feeling mattress and he's not happy with it. Well, I went off to have a word with the retailer. Jeff's back on the JVS, you know. Hello, Jeff.
Good morning, Jonathan.
They did say that they didn't agree that they'd done anything wrong. However, as a goodwill gesture, they were going to allow you to reorder a completely different combination of single mattresses in order to make the Super King size bed. So you waited until the shop was reopened after the lockdown. You went and you tried it. You found a different kind of, it's the same manufacturer, but a different type of mattress that they make. And you'd ordered that. Now, that was ages ago. Last time we spoke, you were saying there'd been another problem because it would appear they'd ordered one of the mattresses, but for some reason had failed to order the second mattress. And you were being told it could take weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks until the other one turned up. Well, you weren't very happy about that. And you made it very clear to them you weren't happy about it. And they said that, in fact, they were going to try and speed things up. And I gather things are going on. What's the latest, Jeff?
The latest is I've got my two mattresses. They come this morning.
Fantastic. Brilliant. And have you tried them yet?
I haven't tried them yet, no. They literally only just come 3/4 of an hour ago.
Oh, I see. So they're still... have you taken the plastic packaging off them?
Yeah, all the plastic packaging off, and they're on the divan, and it's going to be down to making it and seeing how we get on tonight. But they all look the real deal this time. They look the real deal, Jonathan.
Right. Okay. Well, you've got to kind of air it a bit, haven't you, before you put all your sheets on?
That's right, that's right.
Let all the air get to it, to all the fibres, because it's all natural fibres in there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, do you know, Jeff, I mean, this is very exciting, because as you know, I have the same make of bed.
I know, yeah.
And I absolutely love my bed, so I'm just thinking about how cosy you're going to be tonight when you get in there. I presume you put it on the summer side?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Make sure you have it. You don't want it on the winter side at the moment. Right,
No.
What would you
October to
like?
April, I think, the winter side.
Do you know what I'm going to do? Listen to this. Notice I've just left a tiny bit of honkage off. And I'll tell you why. Because what I'd like to do, can I speak to you tomorrow just to make absolutely sure the mattresses are lovely and you've had a good night's sleep?
Yes, Jonathan, yes.
Super. Okay. Well, I'm delighted that you've got your mattresses. We'll talk tomorrow. Fingers crossed we'll be able to conclude the story then and have a great night's sleep tonight, Jeff.
Thank you, Jonathan. Have a good day.
Hello, Alan.
Hi, Jonathan. Good morning.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. In 2019, I wanted to do some gardening, and I noticed that the machine which I used to cut the grass was completely worn out. So I looked around for a replacement, and I looked at a well-known national retailer, and I found a well-known brand that was available near where I live. So I ordered it and collected it.
Okay, how much was this lawnmower?
It was £160.
Okay, electric?
No, it's cordless.
A cordless one for 160, okay.
Yes.
It came with a 3-year warranty, and I was very happy with that. I started using it, and everything was good. But in May this year, I found that there was a fault with the battery charger, and every time I tried to cut the grass, I had to recharge. There's 2 batteries, and I had to recharge them about 2 or 3 times to finish doing the job. But the charger would not recharge the batteries, and it just kept going into fault mode. There was a red light on it, and nothing happened. So I contacted the retailer, and I said, look, I've got a problem. This is still under warranty. Can you help me? They said, we can, but first you have to go to the manufacturer and get a number from them. We will then take it on and fix it. So I tried to contact the manufacturer, and I tried for a week, but they absolutely would not answer their phone. So I went back to the retailer, and I said, look, I've tried what you've said. It hasn't worked. Can you do anything for me? They said, sorry, we can't do anything. You just have to get another one. I thought this was extremely unfair, so I wrote a review online. When the retailer read that review, they got in touch with me and said, contact us, we may be able to help you. So we went through the same process as before. I gave them all the information they wanted. And they said, sorry, there's nothing we can do for you. You have to get a number from the manufacturer. I think this is really wrong when they mislead you like this, because if they say a 3-year warranty, it should mean a 3-year warranty. And the warranty was offered by the retailer, not the manufacturer.
So they're still putting you in this impossible situation where they're saying you need to get a number from the manufacturer before we can help you, but you can't get the number from the manufacturer.
No, I can't. And that's a situation I find myself in.
Well, let me just explain to you very briefly. When you purchase a product, in this case a lawnmower, your contract is with the retailer. It's not with the manufacturer. So
I did point this out to them, but they absolutely, rejected it.
Well, they need to have a bit of a lesson in consumer law then. Would you like me to go and have a word with them?
I'd love that. I'd really appreciate it, Jonathan.
Okay,
please.
Hang on there. I'll pass you back to the team and I'll go and talk to them for you. Spencer came to me. Spencer has been carrying out house renovations for about 20 years. He recently decided to learn more about making a living out of buying and selling property.
Back in 2019, we bought a property that needed renovating, did it up, sold it, went very well. Shortly after that, my wife saw an information evening on property development and tips and tricks and information, March 2020. So we attended on the evening and talked to the organisers. It all went very well. And we said, well, we'll just walk away, we'll think about it, maybe get back to you tomorrow. And they said, well, if you take up on the offer today, you'll save yourselves 1,500 quid. So when I did confirm back to them, we accept the booking, I did express my concern about COVID and could you advise, please? And they replied the next day, said that we are continuing to hold our training courses over the next few weeks. So I just waited and waited. And I waited till the 2nd of April, which was about 3 weeks after we signed the contract, and asked to cancel. And they replied the next day and said, well, you're outside of the time to cancel. You had 14 days, so you still have to attend the course.
Well, the training course cost £997, and it was supposed to happen in April of last year. 15 months later, the courses are now apparently starting back up. But Spencer was telling me that actually he doesn't want to go on the course now. It's too late. He's rethought his career. He doesn't want to go on this course. He would far rather have his nearly £1,000 back. But he said he just couldn't get the company to agree to refund him the money. So I've been off to have a word with them. Spencer's back on the JVS show. Hello, Spencer.
Morning, Jonathan.
Now, to start with, I tried to contact this company through their website. But unfortunately, the contact page didn't work. So I managed to get another contact telephone number and also an email for one of the people behind this particular course. And I contacted him. Whatever happened, and whatever he decided to do, things suddenly started to happen very rapidly. I then heard from the main man who runs this particular course. He contacted me. It was quite a long response. There were a lot of apologies in that response. The most encouraging thing was he said that they were prepared to resolve the matter and would be contacting you straight away to try and sort that out. So I'm presuming you've heard from them.
I have heard from them, Jonathan, yes. They emailed me yesterday and said that I will be getting a full refund.
Fantastic. And did they give you any idea as to when you were going to be getting the refund?
No, they said that customer services is processing the refund as of when I got the email. So I have checked my bank today and there's no funds there just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they did say in their response that they came back with, and the guy that was running the company said that he'd gone back through all of the correspondence, and he said a refund was indeed requested, but then it appears attendance was being considered at an alternative event. Is that the whole online course, or was there another event that you were thinking about potentially going on?
No, I'm not aware of another location for the live event because it was all cancelled, but they did offer a webinar.
I think that must be what he's referring to then.
Yeah.
And he said our refund policy would not deny Spencer a refund based on his original request and specific circumstances. So I will personally take steps to contact Spencer to resolve the matter, which is great. So they've said they're giving you the money back. It's not there in your account yet, but it hopefully will be soon.
Yeah, sure. I'll keep an eye on it and update you accordingly, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to do. Listen to this. This is just a bit of the horn, a bit of my fanfare. They'll get the rest as soon as you've got all of the money in your account. Can you let me know next week as soon as that money's showing?
Absolutely, Jonathan. Thank you very much for yourself and all your team. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Let's just hope it works. I don't see any reason why it won't do, and I want to thank the company very much indeed for getting the wheels in motion and agreeing to resolve that matter straight away. Darren, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Absolutely. About 8 weeks ago, I purchased online from a manufacturer a brand new washer dryer. Wasn't cheap, but I was prepared to buy one that I was investing in quality.
How much was it?
£679 was the retail price, although I did get a slight discount because they sent me an offer, so I paid about £580. But it's still a lot of money.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that is a lot of money. Was it an integrated one or freestanding?
No, it's freestanding.
Okay, fine. So what's the problem? Sorry, what was the date of that purchase?
31st of May.
Of this year?
This year, yeah.
21. Okay, fine. What's gone wrong?
Okay, well, after a couple of days of having it, I noticed there was just a small amount of water in front of the machine. Couldn't work out whether it had been spilt when we were taking washing out or anything. So didn't think too much of it. And then there was nothing for a few days. And a couple of days after that, there was another small pool of water, just a couple of drops, nothing more than that. A week and a half ago, we came into the kitchen to a flood, inch of water on the floor. Absolutely sodden. Mopped it all up, and as I took the washing out of the machine, I noticed there was a tear on the door seal. So I contacted the manufacturer and said the door seal's torn. Obviously, I'm not sure whether this has happened when the machine's been in operation, but it's certainly nothing that we've done to damage it. And they've said, no, we don't cover door seals. Categorically don't cover door seals. I had to speak to their customer service department, then went back to the repair department, so I was pushed backwards and forwards. I just wanted the machine repaired. And they said, okay, well, we'll send an engineer out to have a look, and if he thinks that you've caused the damage, they'll charge you. I mean, that's fine. As long as somebody comes out and repairs it, it's fine. I've got a machine here I've spent nearly £600 on that I can't use. So I had to wait 8 days for them to come out. And when they did come out, the engineer literally said, they don't cover door seals. My office won't allow me to say whether it's faulty or that and that you've not damaged it.
But aren't we talking about just a few days after you'd received the item?
Well, it was starting to drip within a few days, yeah.
When it started to drip, did you contact them?
I didn't initially. Then the second time, they have an online chat on the website, so I used that. But that never got linked to my purchase, so there's no record of me talking to them because that's a separate individual thing. They kind of said, if it's a few drips, it might be you've dripped it, and again went through the, if an engineer comes out and can't find a fault, they'll charge you for a visit. So I thought, okay, if it gets worse, I'll let you know, and left it at that. But obviously it got a lot worse very rapidly. But they say if it's over 28 days, it's chargeable, which I think for a machine that cost that much and also came with a 5-year warranty, I think it's a bit, a bit out of order. The engineer, when he came out, actually said, I can't see any marks on it where it's been damaged, where something's been dragged through, because you'd think if you'd left something in the door, it would drag through and leave a scuff.
Well, the only thing I can think of, and in fact, I was thinking about this the other day, because my washing machine, it's just about big enough to get my dog's bed in.
Yeah.
And I mean, I like to wash that, obviously, from time to time, because I can't bear the smell of dog. So I like to put that in the washing machine. But I did notice the other day when I pulled the dog bed out, it was quite tight around that rubber, I presume it's the rubber seal that's on the inside of the door.
Yes.
And I noticed that it was pulling that a little bit, and I had to be quite gentle to make sure I didn't pull it and rip that seal. So are they suggesting that you might have put something in that washing machine that was too big, that has then ripped that rubber seal when you've tried to yank it out?
I think that's kind of what they're saying, yeah. But what I have noticed since is when you look at the inside of the seal, obviously I don't tend to put my head in a washing machine very often, but when you look on the inside of the edge, on the rubber itself, there are little holes. And so if there's a rough area there, anything that's been pulled out could, in theory, have caught and torn. You wouldn't have had to have anything big. If it was a rough edge, it could easily have caught on that. And that's what I suspect happened, either when it was being unloaded normally or when it was actually turning.
Right.
But we haven't put anything particularly large in there, and certainly nothing heavy. In fact, I actually weighed the washing that was in there because they were kind of saying maybe you've overloaded it and it's torn whilst it's been in operation.
Yeah.
And the wet washing that came out only weighed just over 3 kilos. And obviously it's got I think it's 10 kilos dry wash weight. So it's well within the limits.
The thing is, I mean, the law is on your side, really, because when you purchase a product, the Consumer Rights Act of 2015 states that for the first 6 months from the date of purchase, the legal responsibility is on the retailer to prove that you have damaged the goods.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
After 6 months, the legal responsibility falls to the consumer to prove that the product has a manufacturing defect and it isn't anything to do with customer misuse or excessive wear and tear, all of those kinds of things.
Yes.
So the company, if this were to go to court, would have to be able to conclusively prove that you have ripped that rubber seal and that it didn't come with a rip in it that has got a lot worse after a month of using it.
That's it. And as I say, I've got photos that actually show there is damage on the inside of the machine. So if they're suggesting something was stuck in the door and was pulled into the machine as it was washing, the damage would be on the outside going in.
Yes.
You see what I mean? And
yeah,
not underneath the seal where it couldn't have possibly have got to.
Right. And this is definitely the retailer you've been speaking to.
It is, yeah. I mean, it kind of goes backwards and forwards because you have a website which sold you the item, and then the manufacturers that do the servicing, are the kind of two separate departments of the same company.
Well, your contract is with whoever took your money.
Yes.
So whoever took...
I went to their website, I followed their instructions on who to contact in the event of a fault.
Right. But have they told you on their website to contact the manufacturer?
No, because they kind of say they're the same people.
Oh, okay, fine. Right, okay. Well, I would certainly be happy to contact the retailer and to ask them why they seem to be so sure that you have damaged this rubber seal that they are prepared to simply say they're not going to do anything to help you, which is quite a bold thing to do when
and
the law...
saying that without even seeing it.
Yes, which is bizarre.
One other thing, the engineer that came out actually said that he felt we had a case to complain and that we should put a complaint into the manufacturer. That was the engineer.
Well, okay, but put in a complaint to the manufacturer. Why? I mean, your contract isn't with the manufacturer. Your complaint is with the retailer. So it would be down to you to complain to the retailer. And if the retailer feels that the manufacturer has supplied goods that are of poor quality, then it's down to the retailer to take that up with their supplier and to have it out with them. And hopefully, you would hope as a retailer that your supplier would simply switch the washing machine for you or organise to cover the repair. Do you know how much it will cost?
I paid for the repair. It was £112.
You paid for... Why did you do that?
Because I needed a machine that was working and he wasn't going to repair it unless I paid for it.
Oh. Did you pay under protest?
Yes, I did.
Right. You've put that in writing, have you?
I stated it to the man as I was actually... before he started, I said, I need the machine repaired, but I will pay under duress.
But have you followed that then up with an email or a letter to the retailer just to confirm that you have indeed paid because you felt there was no alternative? However, you want them to consider that payment to have been made under protest because you now intend to pursue the matter further?
I haven't, but I certainly can do.
When was this?
2 days ago.
Okay, I would certainly advise you to do that.
Okay, I'll do that.
Just so you're aware and so everyone else listening to the programme is aware, when you agree to pay a company something, then they are then able to say, well, we proposed this solution, the customer paid, therefore it's matter closed. The only way as a customer, if you agree to pay something, that you can then take the matter further would be if you have formally paid under protest because you had no alternative.
Yeah.
Now, it's not helpful that this is now 2 days later and they still haven't been told that payment was made under protest. So I would certainly at that point in time, if you really felt you needed to get it repaired, I would have sent them an email immediately to say, your engineer has just left, I have made a payment, however, that was under protest, and I'm now going to take matters further.
Yeah.
But I think if you can do that straight away, we'll just hope that they don't throw that back in our face. What we'll do, I'll pass you back to the team, we'll get some detail, and I'll contact them this afternoon just to see what I can do for you.
OK, that's lovely, thank you.
Diane came to my programme with a problem she was having with her gym membership. You see, she and her husband joined a gym 12 years ago. They both have health problems, so they decided to put their gym membership on freeze in March of last year as they needed to shield. Well, she was telling me they haven't used the gym ever since, and they decided to cancel in April of this year. However, things haven't gone very well.
Our health has got worse. Remember, we're in our mid-70s, so then decided to send a cancellation letter into the gym, which I'd done on the computer. But they had a computer glitch and said that they'd probably had lost my email. So I waited a couple of weeks and then wrote a letter to my manager at the gym, and that was in May. Now they're taking more money out of my direct debit.
Well, Diane has cancelled her direct debit, but she said the gym were now trying to chase her for more money. And she was absolutely fed up of it. So I promised her I'd go and have a word with them. Now, to be fair, it hasn't gone very well. Diane's back on the JVS show. Hello, Diane.
Hello, Jonathan.
Now, this gym, they'd been taken over, hadn't they, by a new company?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
The new company is called Everlast Fitness. This was Everlast Fitness in Dunstable that you had been a member of. So I tried to make contact with someone at Everlast Fitness head office. Couldn't even find out who their head office was or any contact details for them. So I contacted the manager of the local branch.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to him. I explained the situation. He suggested that he was going to go off and have a word with whoever he needed to have a word with and then would come back to me. Well, I didn't hear anything back at all. So I chased and said, what's going on? Are you prepared to release Diane from her membership and are you prepared to leave her alone? He said, we're not prepared to comment. I said, what do you mean you're not prepared to comment? He said, we're not prepared to provide any response to your programme. So I said, well, that's okay, but are you then going to contact your customer to explain to her. I couldn't get anything from him at all. And at no point, even after naming Everlast Fitness, has anybody ever responded to provide any formal response for you or any reassurance for other people listening to the programme that if you decide to cancel your membership with them and to leave the gym, that they will leave you alone and won't keep sending you letters and threatening to send round debt collectors, etc., because you're not paying for your membership anymore. They haven't provided anything at all. But that was about a month ago or so, wasn't it? So I was very interested to know whether the letters have continued or whether actually, just quietly behind the scenes, they seem to have decided to leave you alone now.
Well, I've had no communication from them since I last spoke to you, and I've had no other letters demanding any money. I've had no apologies. I've heard nothing. So I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that we're entering August now, and they have left me alone. I'm not saying they have. I'm just hoping they have.
Yes, well, I hope they have as well. And I would love to be able to say, you know, I've spoken to the company, as with most companies. I mean, look, if this were your company, Diane, you would firstly make sure that someone in your head office dealt with this, and you would say, look, we disagree with the story that you've been told by this customer, this is our side of the story. Or you would say, we recognise there's been a bit of an administrative mistake here, we're very sorry to the customer, she won't hear any more from us.
Precisely.
You would try and resolve the matter in a professional manner. Yes. And I'm afraid the response I've had from Everlast Fitness Clubs is not remotely professional. They just simply said, no, we're not going to talk to you.
Well, I've had that for the last so many months. It's been so frustrating. I can't get over on the phone. They don't answer your phone, don't answer your emails. And to be fair, the manager of the gym can't do anything at all because I've been down and seen him, and he has the same problem. You can't get an address of where to write. It's just impossible. It's like the Mary Celeste.
Well, all I can say to people listening to the programme is if you do indeed decide to join Everlast Fitness Clubs, just be aware of the situation that Diane has had in terms of trying to cancel her membership, that she was perfectly within her rights to do. This isn't someone who's just signed up to a gym membership. She's been a member for 12 years at that particular gym, although, of course, they were a previous company before, weren't they?
That's right. They were no problem in the past with them.
But Everlast Fitness took on your membership from that previous company.
That's right.
Well, Diane, I hope that's it. I hope you're not going to hear any more. If you do, you come straight back to me.
Oh, don't you worry, Jonathan, I will. Because remember, they've already had my money. So I owe them nothing, but they owe me back money. So there's no good chasing me for more money, because they're not going to get it.
Did you, just out of interest, the money that would have been taken by direct debit?
Yes, it was. That's why I cancelled it.
OK, but did you also speak to the bank about reclaiming the money under the direct debit guarantee?
No, I haven't spoken to the bank because I honestly thought I'd wait to see if I got a response from
Well, I think what I would be inclined to do, if you have a very clear example of the letter of cancellation that you provided to Everlast Fitness, giving them the required notice period in order to cancel yourself from the membership, and they continued to take money afterwards, I would certainly be inclined, under the direct debit guarantee, to try and reclaim that money through the bank. When a direct debit is taken, the bank provides a guarantee that money is genuinely needed and is required by whichever company it is that's taking the money. There has to be that kind of agreement in order for a company to, in effect, put their hands into your bank account and take money out. So in order for the bank to provide companies with the freedom to do that, they provide you with a guarantee where, if a mistake is made, the bank will give you the money back. So I would say that based on the fact that Everlast Fitness Clubs don't seem remotely interested in even providing a response, let alone getting into a conversation about paying you money back that you feel they took unduly, I would be absolutely inclined to go to your bank and ask for you to be able to claim that money back under the direct debit guarantee.
I should do that next week.
Can you let me know how you get on?
I will do, Jonathan, yes.
All right. Diane, hopefully that's an end to it.
OK, thank you very much for your phone call.
It's a pleasure.
Speaking to you. Bye-bye.
All the best, and as I say, Everlast Fitness Clubs, you haven't responded, but if you change your mind and you would like to provide a response, well, I'd love to hear from you. Now, Jeff purchased 2 separate single mattresses for the bed that he shares with his wife. You see, previously, he and his wife had a very, very comfortable but exceptionally heavy super king-size mattress from the same manufacturer. But they decided to switch for the 2 singles that zip together because it would be better for his back.
We was very, very happy with that. We got rid of it because it was very, very heavy, and they recommend you turn them every 2 or 3 months, over, backwards, sideways, and what are you? Because it had a hot and a cold side, summer and winter side. It just got too much. That was the only reason why we changed to 2 singles. When they arrived, the first night we used them, it was absolutely diabolical. They were changing their range. They were waiting for the new range to come in. But I said to the guy, look, providing they're from the same company and they're firm and the same as what I had last time, I'm happy just to go along with that. Personally, I would say that they were a medium to soft. I phoned up and said, look, I'm not happy with both these mattresses. She says, you got what you paid for. I said, no, hold on. I haven't got what I paid for because I don't think they're firm as they should be.
Well, I went and had a word with the retailer on Jeff's behalf. It quickly became apparent what had happened. Jeff's previous super king-size mattress was made by a manufacturer and had a certain name. For the sake of argument, let's call it the JVS mattress. Now, Jeff said to the retailer, do you do the JVS mattress, but rather than in a Super King, in 2 singles? They said yes, but what they didn't do was say to Jeff, but you need to be aware, the manufacturer has completely changed the internal spring structure of the JVS mattress since you had your Super King, and it's now a completely different kind of mattress. They didn't. They placed the order for Jeff, and Jeff says that that's why he's now got a mattress that feels completely different. Well, I went to speak to the retailer. The retailer did not agree that they had in any way misled Jeff. They say that Jeff placed the order. They suggested that they had given him all of the advice that he needed, but Jeff disagrees. To be honest, though, let's not get bogged down in what was said at that particular time, because the retailer did agree as a goodwill gesture that they would replace the mattresses with 2 single mattresses that Jeff could re-choose, as soon as their shop was open, but they advised him to go and try it first of all. So that's what Jeff did. Jeff's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jeff.
Good morning, Jonathan.
When you went into their shop, you tried a different kind of mattress made by the same manufacturer. You thought, oh, that's nice, that's better. So you ordered 2 singles in that, and the 2 singles, when we spoke yesterday, had arrived yesterday morning. They were there airing on the top of your divan, all zipped together and lovely. But I said to you, let's catch up with you one last time just to make sure that they are as comfy as you'd hoped they would be. And I noticed from the tone of your voice, Jeff, you sound like a well-rested man.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really, really good night's sleep. The best I've had for a long, long while.
Right.
And I go along with that. That's, they're comfortable. They're exactly what I expected.
Great.
Almost the same as my big Super King. Yeah, really, really happy, Jonathan. We're both happy. Very happy.
Well, that's wonderful, and let's hope that they will last you for many, many years. The only slight problem you're going to have, Jeff, now, and as I mentioned to you before, I have the same kind of mattress myself. The problem you're going to have is that no other bed you ever sleep on is ever going to be as comfortable. You could go and stay in the most expensive hotel in the world, and you're still going to miss your own bed.
Absolutely, I know that.
But it's a good feeling to have, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Right. Listen, I will thank the company for getting it all sorted out and for getting you comfortable mattresses. We'll give them the full horn. Any other problems, Jeff, you know where we are.
Jonathan, thank you very much to you and your team, because it definitely wouldn't have happened without you.
It's an absolute pleasure, and thank you to the retailer for going that extra mile for Jeff. Charlie came to me. He was telling me he's a landscape gardener, and he recently laid some composite decking for a client.
A couple of days after it being installed, a couple of random patches started to appear on the composite. And obviously it's sold as a good product that shouldn't fade. You get a 12-year warranty on it. So, the colour should sort of stay there all year round. So obviously I've contacted them, let them know that obviously the customer's not happy with the quality of the boards. Is there anything that we can do? And straight away they said it's a natural thing that happens within the boards. It can happen between the first day and, the first year. It's just something that you kind of have to deal with. But they're not cheap boards.
Well, this is a business-to-business contract, and the problem Charlie has is that his customer that was paying him to install the decking is refusing to pay because they're not happy with these marks all over the decking. Well, I went off to have a word with the supplier of the decking. They don't think there's actually anything wrong with them. Let's find out what the latest is, because Charlie's back on the JVS show. Hello, Charlie.
Oh, yeah, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you, Charlie. So as you know from our last conversation, the supplier came back and they said that they don't believe there's a problem. They say composite decking, once exposed to the sun, fades around 30% within the first 6 months. The majority of the fading occurs in the first few weeks, meaning it lightens and loses some of its colour. Charlie's client provided us with a photograph, and they've attached that photo for me to see. They say, as you can see from the photo, the decking is all laid out in the garden before being installed. The issue has occurred as some of the decking has been covered by other decking boards. These covered parts are delayed going through the weathering process I described above, which has meant there is a decking width streaking on those boards, as those areas haven't faded as much. They went on to say the resolution to this is time. The parts covered now they're exposed, will begin to fade to the same final colour as the rest of the decking. And they go on to say it should be noted that at the time of delivery none of these issues were present, and they have been caused by how the boards have been stored since delivery. Now, you said to me the problem is you've looked at the boards and you said that they are still no better despite having been down now for a few weeks, having been exposed to the sun. Okay, we're not seeing much of it today, and you were saying the discoloured markings are not getting any better. Is that still the case, Charlie?
Yeah, that's still the case. Yes, the boards are still stained all over. Hasn't really changed at all, to be fair.
Now, did you go out and take some more photos for me? Because I haven't seen the photos.
No, so I've asked the customer, because I think she's not really at home a lot, so she sent me over a couple of photos, but they wasn't really clear. I think it was on, the sun was out that day, so you couldn't really see it. So I'm just waiting for her to send me some more pictures over.
Right, but are you sure that the reason you can't really see it is not because those discoloured markings are starting to blend?
No, so that's what I said. I said, look, from the picture you just sent, it looks like, that they are fading. And no, the customer said, no, they're not fading away at all yet.
Right. Well, I think you're going to need to go and have a look just for yourself.
Yeah, I'll be going there next week, when she's home.
Yeah, I think so, because I did go back, even without the photos. I went back to the supplier just to say, look, Charlie says that the marks are not fading at all. The guy has come back and said, looking at the timeline of the order was delivered on the 24th of May, and it was fitted around the 5th of July, which is around 6 weeks of it sitting with it fading unevenly, as some boards were laid out along the centre of the other boards. We're now 3 weeks on from that, so I would expect it should have faded somewhat closer together, but I doubt it would be exactly the same at this point. With the way the boards have been stored, the only option is for us to wait for the 6-month period from installation for them to settle to their final colour. It should happen sooner, they say, but it really does depend on the British weather. And they did go on to say, if you could please send us over the photos, they'd be very happy to look at them. But they have said that they still don't think that the boards have all been exposed to enough sunlight for it to have blended properly, but they would have expected to see some improvement by now.
Yeah, well, like I said, I haven't personally been there. I'm just obviously relaying what the customer's saying.
Yes, and the problem is the customer's not happy. So, and has the customer had the explanation given to them in terms of what's going on, and are they open to the prospect of that, or do they just not believe that that is what's actually happened?
Yeah, they don't believe that's actually the case. So obviously there are a couple of, like you said, board width marks on the boards, but then there's also like full lengths of boards that still haven't faded at all, that are really dark. So it's not only where there was a board laying over the decking, it's also a couple of full length boards which haven't faded either.
I think what you're going to have to do is have a conversation. I know it's a bit difficult, but I think you're going to have a conversation with your customer when you go round and have a look. If you when you look at the boards, you think, do you know what, it is starting to blend a bit better.
Yeah.
It's not perfect yet, but it is better than it was. I think at that point you need to say to your customer, look, the company is saying that it is down to uneven sunlight. I completely accept that it wasn't you that stored the boards, it was me. But they are getting better. Obviously, what I would like to do, I'm prepared for you to withhold the money for the decking at the moment, but I'm going to come back again in another few weeks or so. If it has now started to match, at that point, will you be prepared to pay me what you owe me? And I think just try and come to some kind of agreement.
Yeah, well, I mean, she was the one that recommended coming on here, so she's probably listening every day, finding out what's going on.
Fine.
And yeah, I'm happy to do anything just to obviously keep her happy with it all. But
well,
yeah,
you sound like a really good tradesperson, and I'm sure she's very grateful to you. But I think if what the supplier is saying is correct, then obviously at some point she is going to have to pay you that money because it will start to blend. We must leave it there. Felicity's on the line. Hello, Felicity.
Morning. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, well, fed up, but good otherwise. Thank you.
Right. Well, I gather you've got a consumer problem, which is probably why you're fed up. So tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure. Okay, so we were due to go away on holiday for a week in the beginning of July. So we ordered 2 day 2 PCR tests from a high street chemist, but it was an online order. So they arrived, and that was fine. But unfortunately, we had to cancel our holiday. And so
why did you have to cancel the holiday?
Well, a great friend of ours died tragically. So
I'm sorry to hear that.
But that's not, it had to be cancelled. That's by the by to a degree. So I went online to create a return form and a return label, and I put in my order numbers, created the return label, put both return labels, because they had arrived separately, on the envelope.
So these were home tests, were they?
Yes, they were. The day 2 PCR test you can order online, and then you test yourself on day 2 after the return from your holiday.
Right. But are you... I mean, there are some things, obviously, that you can't return. Are you allowed to return PCR tests?
Well, they were sealed in their box. I didn't obviously open the box. And when I went online to create a return request, it accepted the request, given that I put the order number in. So in their software, if you couldn't return a PCR test, their software should have come up with, oh no, that order number is for a PCR test and we don't accept returns. I would have thought. Well,
yes, or they certainly should have advised you at the point of ordering the PCR test, please be advised this test cannot be returned for, hygiene reasons or whatever it may be.
And now, so anyway, to cut a long story short, I did return them and they received them on the 8th of July. I had the tracking proof of that. So after a week, I didn't hear anything and I went through to customer services. And they said, oh, no, they're non-refundable. And I said, well, where is that stated? I'm not an illiterate person when it comes to ordering things online, unfortunately. And they said, if you go down to if you go to page 1 and you go to the fact sheet, it's not there. If you go to the frequently asked questions, it's not there. But when you go to order now, if you scroll down to the FAQs, it says that this item is not refundable. But it's not evident. And I'd spent £198. It's not an insignificant amount of money. And I honestly think that if you're going to sell something but you're not going to be able to offer a refund, you should make that a really predominant comment right before you even order it. Say it on the front page. I would have thought.
Just out of interest, because I haven't yet had to do one of these kind of home PCR tests.
Yeah.
But, I mean, do they have to be stored in a certain environment when you receive them? Do you have to keep them?
No, I kept them in the envelope. It's a bit more of a sort of complex lateral flow test. It's not the same as a lateral flow test.
I see.
But it's just got a greater strength of accuracy, is my understanding.
Yeah.
But I didn't open the boxes, but it doesn't say when they arrive, this must be kept in the fridge or anything like that. So,
okay.
There's nothing.
Yeah, because I mean, you could understand if for example it was something that had to go into a certain environment and be stored at a certain temperature.
For sure, yeah.
You could understand that they wouldn't take that back because they'd say, well, we have no idea what you've done with those tests and how you've stored them. You might have completely ruined them.
Yeah.
We can't send that out to someone else now because if we do, it might give inaccurate results. But again, you would absolutely, in the same way that, for example, if you tried to purchase a pillow from a retailer, most retailers would explain that for hygiene reasons, the item, once it's been used, cannot be returned.
Oh, absolutely, of course. Yeah.
And you would have thought that there would be something clearly on the website to suggest that it was exactly the same with the PCR test.
Well, that's my whole point. And the thing is, since I had that conversation on the 15th of July, I've sent various emails. I've had one response which gave me a claim reference number. And I've spoken, every time you ring them, the customer services for this company, you hold on for at least 45 minutes. And I spoke to somebody else yesterday and I said, look, this is just not getting anywhere. I've even been to see the delightful manager of my local branch and asked him to help, and he's done his damnedest, and he rang me the other day to say he couldn't get through to them either. So it's just a very, very, it's a difficult time for everybody. And when you are trying to do the right thing and ordering something online which doesn't clearly state that it's non-refundable, it doesn't come in a temperature-controlled package, so there's nothing to indicate that it needs to stay at a certain temperature. It doesn't say, when you create the returns form, it doesn't say, sorry, this item is non-refundable, you can't send it back to us. So I've ended up that they've got my 2 PCR tests, and you've
got nothing to show for it, because I mean the point is, if you'd known that it was non-returnable, I presume you would have kept the PCR tests because there's bound to be some time when you will be travelling.
Hopefully.
Well, I presume so at some point. So I would have thought you would have kept those test results for next time you travelled instead.
Exactly that, yeah.
Okay, well...
So that's where I'm at, and I just feel that, and I keep saying whenever I manage to get to speak to somebody or via email, I've said, look, you've got my goods now. So, I mean, ideally, I'd like a refund, if I'm totally honest, because I'm not impressed with the way this company has behaved at all.
Okay, well, I would be more than happy to go and have a word with them and just ask them what their response is. Alex has texted in to say, Jonathan, nothing medical can be returned, even if the box is sealed.
Oh.
That may be right, Alex, but the layperson is not expected to know that unless it is made clear at the point of purchase. Now, to be honest with you, Felicity, if I go and have a look on this company's website and if I see that it is actually very clearly there, it clearly says, please be advised this PCR test cannot be returned once it's been received, then you may well have to accept your responsibility in all of this.
Yeah.
But if what you're saying is correct, that it is certainly not clear that the item is not non-returnable, then I completely understand the position that you're in. And I have to be honest, the fact that you did indeed return the tests, to me, would suggest that you genuinely did not realise you couldn't return them.
No, I mean, I'm not trying anything on here. I'm just trying to. If you go, when you have a look, Jonathan, you go onto the front page. It's the day 2 green list test kit that I ordered, and on the fact sheet it says nothing. And on the first page of the frequently asked questions, it says nothing about it not being refundable. That's where it should be flagged up. So before you press the order now button and put your card details in, it should be right on the front page, in my opinion.
Okay. Leave it with me. I'll get some detail. I'll have a little look myself at the ordering process and we'll take it from there, yeah?
Thank you so much. And Jonathan, about 8 years ago, you sorted out some lost luggage for my daughter and you got it delivered to her door in Portugal within 5 hours of my calling you. So I'm hoping you can do the
Oh, my
same
word.
again.
Right. I think you're just putting a bit of pressure on me now, aren't you? You did it once, do it again. Well,
you'll do your best, I know.
I will.
Thank
That's
you so
all I
much.
can do, really, and that's all I ever try to do is my best. So
Okay.
leave it with me, and I'll see what I can do for
Thank you,
Okay.
Jonathan. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, hang on there, please. Quanta purchased a new kitchen in 2012. It cost her £3,775, and it covered the cupboards and the appliances. But last year, she was telling me, she noticed some bubbling on the cabinets.
First I ignored it. I said maybe just it's 1 or 2 cupboards. But then it got worse and I started seeing it was literally from the corners, it was peeling off and I could see all the different layers of doors and cupboard doors. And I was very surprised at what was happening to my kitchen. After a couple of emails exchanged, he said, oh, there's nothing we can do. You're out of the warranty period. And at that point, I sent them an email. I said, I understand it's 8.5 years old, but my understanding was all of the kitchens have 25 years guarantee. She goes, yeah, but you're out of warranty period. She said, all we can do is offer you £300 goodwill gesture.
Well, Quanta's not happy with this offer. She says that the kitchen, one of the reasons she bought it was covered by a good warranty to last for a long amount of time, and she doesn't feel it has lasted for a reasonable amount of time at all. It's only lasted for 9 years. Well, I've been off to have a word with the retailer concerned. Quanta's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Quanta.
Hi, Jonathan.
Now, the retailer, as you know, is B&Q, and their initial response was, we were sorry to hear about Quanta's experience, and a £300 gift card was offered as a goodwill gesture. Initially, we were not able to cover the warranty claim, given the issue was deemed to be related to wear and tear. That said, we are reassessing Quanta's claim, and we are offering an inspection. They went on to say our 25-year guarantees were introduced in 2019, with 10-year warranties in place from 2012. The customer would require proof of purchase before an inspection could be arranged. So, in effect, they were very keen to point out that your kitchen did not come with a 25-year guarantee. It had only come with a 10-year guarantee. Well, I know that since then, they did indeed organise for somebody independent to come out and to inspect your kitchen. Now, when I spoke to you following that inspection, you said that the chap who came out to have a look, he wasn't prepared to give you any information at the time, was he?
Yeah, that's right.
Now, that gave me a bad feeling, to be honest with you. And I think I was right to have that bad feeling because I went to chase B&Q up to find out what the report had actually concluded, and they've come back with a further response. B&Q now say an independent inspection was carried out by a kitchen manufacture and installation expert on behalf of the Furniture and Home Improvement Ombudsman, which is an independent, not-for-profit, government-approved organisation set up to help resolve disputes and raise standards. Their independent report found that the damage was not the result of a manufacturing defect, but due to conditions of use and poor installation of the units. The bubbling and cracking of the units were consistent with moisture drying on the underside edges and not being wiped, As a result, we are unable to support the warranty claim on this occasion. Have they fed that back to you yet, Quanta?
He got back to me saying what you just mentioned. The alarm bell rang last week when I spoke to you. You said, the chap, why didn't he comment on anything? And then I thought, yeah, you're right. And surprisingly, as you contacted them, I received an email with all this. So I don't understand, like, you were right here, and they're trying to say it's not manufacturer's fault.
No, they're blaming you, and they're blaming whoever installed the kitchen. Now, was the kitchen installed by B&Q or not?
No, it wasn't installed by B&Q.
Right. Well, they are blaming the installer, and they're blaming you.
I don't understand how can they blame me or the installer when not all the cupboard doors and plinths are bubbling and peeling off. It's just few of them. And you're right, just because it's not installed by B&Q, so they have this strong comeback that, oh, yes, it's the installer and the user. I've got the highest fan. My fan, which we chose at the time, is really strong and it goes out. It's not one of those filter ones. So the condition in the kitchen, I always leave my window open. The conservatory door and windows are open, so I don't know what they're trying to play at.
Well, there are two options that you now have. And they're very keen. They've provided some additional information. They say the Furniture and Home Improvement Ombudsman provide professional reports that have been relied on in many court cases without question. B&Q abides by all decisions made by the Ombudsman, regardless of whether the findings go in favour of the customer or ourselves. Now, there are two options. Option number one is that you accept the combination of the time that's passed and now this report mean it's very unlikely you're going to get anywhere, and you draw a line under it and either put up with the condition of your kitchen or you have the cupboards replaced at your own expense. The other option would be that you now obtain your own independent report yourself.
So if I go and do my own report, how likely is they going to accept that?
Well, I can't possibly tell you that. I can't give you the answer for that. What I can tell you is how you would decide to proceed. So what I would be doing if I were in your position is writing back to B&Q to say, thank you very much indeed for organising for the report to be carried out by the Furniture and Home Improvement Ombudsman. However, I respectfully disagree with their findings, and I will now source my own independent expert report, and I will come back to you as soon as I've heard from that, and we will see where we go from there. The only trouble you're going to have is that, of course, if you have an independent report, firstly, the independent report has to be carried out by a suitable independent person that is as qualified as the Furniture and Home Improvement Ombudsman. Mm-hmm. And you would then need to keep your fingers crossed that when they come out, they do indeed say, yes, this is down to the manufacturing process rather than, for example, excessive moisture in the kitchen, which is what B&Q seem to be saying has caused the problem.
Okay.
So really, I think what you need to do is have a think about it over the weekend. Mm-hmm. And you need to think about what you want to do. Have you, just out of interest, there are some companies out there that provide new doors for existing cupboards. And that can be a much more inexpensive way of revamping a kitchen than having an entirely new kitchen put in. You know, there are companies that will just come and they'll leave all the existing cabinets, but they come and put new doors on. Have you looked at how much it's likely to cost to have that done?
I haven't, to be honest, yet. But, of course, if that's the way I have to go, that's the way I have to do it.
Well, I think I would be inclined to just get an idea of price, because you then need to make a bit of a judgment call, really, on whether it is worth fighting this further or whether actually you're just going to end up spending a whole load more time, effort and money finding yourself right back at the position you find yourself in now, in which case you'd be better off cutting your losses and just getting the cupboard doors replaced.
Okay, fair enough.
Can you have a think about it the weekend, and let's have a chat on Monday and we'll find out how you've decided to proceed and we can take it from there. But certainly as far as B&Q are concerned, they say they are confident that that independent report has found in their favour and not in yours.
They can say whatever they like, but and I know they're completely wrong. They just got their own independent. If they were so strong about it, first, why did they say to me that, this doesn't... They didn't want to talk to me first when I contacted them. Secondly, when I got you involved, then they woke up. Third, when the inspector came, he was not allowed to comment on anything. So you know what this all leads up to. Just because they're fighting against a bigger company, they're getting their way. So I don't know.
As I say, you are perfectly within your rights to reject their report and to have your own independent report carried out. And you might like to, this weekend, just do a little bit of digging around in terms of seeing who else could do a report for you and having a chat with them to find out how much that is going to cost. And we can always go back to B&Q and say, customer's not satisfied, she's now having her own report, and if necessary, this will go to court.
Okay, that's good.
All right?
Thank you so much. Thank you for your help.
Quanta, have a think about it over the weekend. We'll talk at the beginning of next week, okay?
I really appreciate your help. Thank you.
Okay, all the best.